Delayed start after some overnight rains, a very heavy overnight rain. The groundsman Frosty and all his team have done a wonderful job, and we are managing to get not just play, but we're going to have a full T20 international with all 20 overs played. It's a delayed start by an hour and 15 minutes, so we're going to start in about 5 or 6 minutes time at 2:45 p.m. local time. And a little while ago we had John Kenny out with the two captains. Let's find out what happened at the toss.
Well, this is match 2 of the GS Holding T20 Tri-Series, and it is match 2. Scotland are taking on the Netherlands this afternoon. So in the middle we have the representatives, the two captains, and also we have Jerry Pienaar, who's the match referee. Scotland, Kyle Kurtzer, the captain, will toss the coin, and Peter will make the call.
Call it heads, and heads it is.
Heads it is. So Peter, you've won the toss. What's the decision?
We're going to have a ball first.
Okay, what's that based on?
Well, all the conditions, it looks like it might nip or swing around a little bit, and we don't know what the pitch is going to play like, and we're quite happy chasing.
Sure. Important game for you, building up to these T20 qualifiers in the World Cup, isn't it? So try to get a blend of a squad in and actually get some match practice in.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is a perfect series for us to get things going for the qualifiers, and I think this is our last sort of phase before we actually start going. And we've got a few young guys here, which is very exciting for us.
Sure. And what's your team?
Clayton Floyd's going to make his debut. Philip Boissevet is missing out. Brendan Glover is missing out, and Vikram Singh, the 16-year-old, is also missing out.
Okay, well, best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
Kyle, just to step in and have a word. If you lost the toss, what would you have done?
I think we would have looked to have a ball as well. Just obviously with a bit of rain around and a bit of moisture in the air, probably would have looked to do that first. But either way, I don't think the conditions will change a huge amount in that short space of time. So whoever plays the best cricket is going to win at the end of the day.
And what's your team look like?
Well, we haven't played any T20 cricket for some time. So in terms of what the team looks like, not a huge amount of news there. But we do have Ollie Hayes, who's going to make his T20I debut today. So he has played for Scotland, but that was about 10 years ago now. So he's back in the fold, and we've got an exciting group of players, and looking forward to this tournament. Okay,
well, the best of luck today. So the news from the middle is that the Netherlands have won the toss, and they'll have a bowl.
T20 international between the Netherlands.
Yeah, so that's the news from the toss. The Dutch captain, Peter Seelaar, he's the most capped Dutch international in T20 international cricket. He decided to have a bowl first. Both teams very keen to play here. You're back to the commentary box. You're joining Andrew Leonard here. I'll be here with you all week for this GS Holding T20 international series, and I'm joined, as I often am, by the great man, Mr. D.A. Lewis, the former Irish international captain. Isn't it great to see cricket, Lou?
Fantastic to see cricket, and compliments to the ground staff here. There was really, it rained for 24 hours here in Dublin, incessant rain, and we've done miraculously well to get a T20I here today.
Yeah, you can see the two umpires there just putting the bails onto the wickets. We've got Alan Neil and David McLean. Alan Neil, of course, of Ireland. David McLean of Scotland. The third umpire today, Rizwan Akram. Let's take a look at the two 11s. That's the Scottish 11. We're going to see some fireworks now from Coates and Munsey, I suspect, at the top of the order, Alan.
I would imagine so. A very experienced unit there from the Scottish. Could see, obviously, the captain, Richie Bebbington, who's been a nemesis against Ireland, but vast amount of experience there. And, of course, these two sides will be playing against each other in the qualifiers coming forward. So it's going to be a real interesting match to watch. And this series, too, will be fantastically interesting for all concerned.
Yeah, plenty of power hitting in that Scottish lineup. The captain, Kyle Coates, joined by George Munsey, the left-hander. Watch out for his switch hits, Alan. We can see him plundering sixes, the highest strike rate in Scottish international history. He's striking at about 100, well over 150. And let's take a look at the Dutch 11, captained by Peter Seelaar. It's an interesting side, this one, a young side. We talk about big hitters. We're going to see Tobias Visay later on, but a really good bowling attack led by their spearhead from Somerset, Paul van Meekeren.
Of course, and again, Ireland will, from their point of view, have nightmares about that Van Meeken. Very experienced now in this format of the game, super bowler. So it'll be a very, very interesting shake-up, no doubt about that.
Yeah, spin options as well for the Dutch with Peter Seelaar's left arm spin, although he's bowling less and less these days. Max O'Dowd bowls a little bit of off breaks, and even saw him bowl a few leg breaks in the warm-up, Lou. And plenty of different options there. So we're actually going to see some spin to start, because the left arm spin is going to open the innings. That's Clayton Floyd. And it's a special day for Clayton Floyd, the 23-year-old, born in South Africa, but it's his T20 international debut today. And he's been given the new ball and said, go on of a bowl.
Well, no better way to start. Get into the game early, Clayton Floyd. And again, surprisingly there, Netherlands on the edge of the circle. Again, tactically, whether that is the case in point, certainly not saving one there.
Yeah, George Munsey's underway. A single off his first delivery. Just played into the covers. Tony Stahl does the fielding. Watch him have a bowl in the warm-ups. Clayton Floyd looks to bowl at a nice pace. Little bit of turn. Wickets tend to be very flat here at Malahide.
Well, interesting too. Clayton Floyd starting with a 5-4 leg side field, so you feel he's going to be spearing it into leg stump. 45 just back with a square, deep square leg, mid wicket, long on, 4 in the ring on the offside. So opportunities here for Coetzee.
Yeah, the 2 men in the deep, long on and deep mid wicket. We're in the power play, 6 over power play. Managed to get a full T20 international in here today, which is great. No reduction in overs. Outside edge, no slip in place. That could have been a maiden wicket off just his second international delivery, but it's going to run away for a boundary 4. Fortune for the Scottish captain. He survives and he gets 4 runs to the total.
Well, you can't defend that, and that really shouldn't worry Clayton Floyd too much. Juicing the outside edge. I suppose at these sorts of stages you just wonder, and again, wickets come so much at a premium in T20 cricket, whether a slip, an early opportunity might have been the better bet for Clayton Floyd.
Slog sweep, that's brilliant. Kyle Coates going to be 1 bounce. It's not going to quite carry all the way. Back-to-back boundaries this time, much more convincingly, Alan.
Isn't it funny when you've got a bit of fortune the ball before, you just maybe a little bit disheartened and you just spear that. Seemed to be a bit more leg side there from Clayton Floyd and swept away fantastically by Coetzee. And how an over can change, how a ball can change at this format of the game, Lenny. 9 from 3 deliveries so far now. Scotland.
Pressure on the 23-year-old. He's on T20 international debut. Born in South Africa, Dutch passport holder. And it's going to be a maximum this time. That's a superb strike. The exact same shot, but he gets the elevation this time, Coates. Travels all the way for 6. What a strike from the Scottish captain.
Fantastic strike from the Scottish captain, and it's again a wonderment here from my point of view. 5 on the leg side. It's just inviting that type of shot, and with only 2 on the leg side, I just wondered about this field placing. And in fact that we've got 5 on the leg side, you always look at that threatening piece where you're trying to force a player to heave the ball on the leg side with mid-wicket that little bit straighter, long on, which you'll see. Maybe give you and affords you the opportunity to have that slip.
You're a little surprised to see spin opening the bowling. We've had heavy rain yesterday, overnight rain last night. Big swing inside edge. They will come through for a single. Expensive first over this year. Are you surprised to see spin opening the innings, Alan?
I am really. You know, when you take ground considerations into consideration, maybe the other side of things, it's something that he's done throughout his campaign and done it very well in Holland. So we'll see as time goes on.
That's a sweep shot that Munsey likes. He likes both the conventional, the slog, and the reverse sweep. We might even see some of his switch hits today or at some stage throughout this GS Holding T20 International Series. The end of the first over, a flying start for Scotland. They're 16 for none.
Fantastic start for Scotland. 16 without loss and really without any sort of effort at all. But of course you've got 2 vastly experienced players at this format of the game, and they really have done well over the last few years and honed their game and become a really, really efficient side. And you know, when you think of the lineup that they have, these 2 of course pivotal for their success.
Yeah, so we are going to see seam, and we're going to see more left arm bowling, but this time it's going to be left arm fast in the shape of Fred Klassen. Applies his trade at Kent County Cricket Club. He's played a lot of the Vitality Blast this year. And this Scottish opening partnership starting to shine on a global stage as well, not just with that famous win over England last year in the One Day International, the world's #1 ranked side at the time, but also playing in the GT20 Canada this year, both Coates and Munsey. Coates himself out at the Everest Premier League in Nepal last year. He's starting to become a real globe-trotter. He's an asset in T20 right around the world.
Well, I think it's one of those things, once you get a reputation and that ability to do those sorts of things, and he hits, you just will find for yourself that these opportunities emerge.
Yeah, he's a hitter, isn't he, Kyle Coates? And I suppose the surprise for me, it's his 49th T20 International today. He's only got 4 50s. He's a much better ODI record than a T20I record. Is that a little surprising?
Well, look, I don't get too fussed about that type of thing, Lenny. When you look at this format of the game, I don't think even that sort of statistic comes into it. The biggest issue in T20 cricket is strike rate, and his strike rate is superb. You know, you've got to look at it in the context of that role that particular type of players plays in effect for the team. That's the most important thing. And again, strike rate within that in this particular game, it's become actually quite methodical. You know, when you kind of think about power plays and different things, the types. But one of the things is no wickets down, or certainly very few.
Heaved into the leg side by Coates here. Just threw his shot a little bit early. Maybe a slight change of pace from Klassen. Going to be a single. Protection out in the deep on the leg side. It's a deep square leg. Bring the left-handed Munsey onto strike.
Yeah, but I just emphasise that again. You know, I've watched a fair amount of this type of format of the game and this analytical methodology, and within it, quite honestly, strike rate is king.
It's become very data-driven, hasn't it? They're really analysing every over, breaking down every section of the T20 format.
Well, they do, and they have specific targets where they want to be. You know, again, I spoke at length with Ryan Campbell, the Dutch coach, last year. And again, he was very interesting around that. You know, the biggest issue in first 10 overs to be as few wickets down as you can. The general consensus is, in his mind, you know, if you can get a team score in excess of 160, you might win more games than you lose. And certainly that is the objective from his point of view. And similarly, when you're bowling, you look at units, you look at people who are going to take wickets. Wickets is the greatest run saver that you have.
Munsey uses his feet, advances down the track. There's protection in the deep on the leg side. Going to just be a single out to Baz Delita. Baz Delita, the son of Tim Delita, a guy you would have played a lot of cricket against.
Well, yes.
Part of a fine Dutch side in the 90s.
Certainly did. Tim Delita, I notice he's a good bit shorter than his father, of course. Father, a mop of blonde hair. Bit more rotund. Bit like myself at this stage as you move into your 50s. But great guy, Tim Delita, and a huge part of Dutch cricket.
Short ball pulled. Almost beats Coates for pace, but he gets that in front of square, and that's going to run away for yet another boundary for the Scottish captain. Coates showing why he's so dangerous at the top of the order.
Well, it's always a surprise to me. Klassen really doesn't have the pace to be troubling a player that could see his ability, and again just punched in front of square and really with ease. And you know, to a certain extent, you'd obviously question whether that was spliced.
Big appeal, but angling to the leg side. George Munsey wants the single. Kyle Coates was more concerned about the LBW shout. So it's going to end with a dot ball the second over. Scotland now 22 for none. Six runs from that Fred Klassen over, and the experiment with the debutante's spin will last just that solitary over. You do see that a little bit in the T20 format. They come on and try and get one over through with a little bit of right arm off spin or some left arm orthodox. In this case, we'll have seen from both ends now the big flying Dutchman. It's Paul van Meekeren.
Wow. Very good bowler, Paul van Meekeren, and it's no surprise, as you say. 1 over of spin. So
Van Meekeren was the player of the match against Ireland in the 2016 World 2020 when the Dutch beat Ireland up in Dharamsala, producing a fine 4-wicket haul in that rain-shortened match. He's going to come around the wicket to Munsey. Down the leg side, the radar just a little bit off and signalled wide.
Interestingly too, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Munsey.
Van Meekeren, another one who was over at the GT20 Canada, one of several Dutch and Scottish players over playing in that league. Van Meekeren also the Everest Premier League last year. Has had some impact for Somerset, but not making their starting 11 at the moment. Ironically, it's a Scotsman who's keeping him out of the starting 11, and Josh Davey, who will come into the squad for Scotland for the T20 World Cup qualifiers next month in the UAE.
He's been a real match winner for Somerset, Josh Davey. Very intelligent bowler. Bowls wicket to wicket, gets close to the stumps, and has done very well for Somerset. And as you say, Van Meeken not making the starting lineup with Somerset at the moment. But that's the Netherlands gain here. And they'll be certainly looking to him to spearhead this attack.
I'd argue he might be one of the quickest bowlers we'll see on display this week. Maybe David Delaney, who could debut as well for Ireland. But Van Meekeren, when he gets it right, and he does need to get it right, his radar can stray, he can bowl leg side, he can get it up towards 90 mile an hour. He's quick.
Yeah, well, I think it's one of the features now, and it'll be very interesting to watch if Ireland do indeed pick David Delaney.
Good pace from Van Meekeren. Coates looking for the expansive drive, but he can only find the outside edge and get away for a single. As you say, the Dutch need wickets in this power play.
Absolutely. They're the things that are your run savers, and indeed Scotland, from the point of view of where they are, if there are no wickets down at the end of the power play, and having had such a feast in the first over, you commonly see any of these sides, if they can be anything between 40 and 50, the end of the power play, no wickets down, that's where the satisfaction begins. Good bowling from Van Meeken there, tucking Munsey up. And of course, this is part of the reason of coming round the wicket, which again, if you watch a lot of international cricket, a lot of these bowlers are bowling effectively round the wicket, where traditionally that wouldn't have happened in the past.
Yeah, we've seen the seamers use it so effectively in all three formats, particularly in the Ashes of late. Stuart Broad operating, almost had David Warner on a string throughout the series.
Well, it's amazing how, you know, he's just learnt that trade and you know, practiced his skills, but that ability that he has to move the ball from wide away from a left-hander, it's amazing.
Down the leg side again. I spoke about this. Van Meekeren, he does tend to lose his radar at times. He bowled an awful lot of wides in Nepal during the Everest Premier League last season. I think it's been one of the reasons he struggled to get into that Somerset side. You can see he's getting even a warning about being very close to the no ball line. So troubles for Van Meekeren to start.
It's very interesting with seam bowling, and I'm sure you could talk to any seam bowlers around the world. You know, there's days you just have that rhythm, you have that flow, you're not even thinking about where your feet are or what you're doing, just everything goes. And you know, again, you know, if you take it in the Test match series, you know, Jofra Archer's pace ranged from 96 to 85, and you know, he even said it in an interview, it just wasn't there at that particular time. And you know, there's days that it is, and that rhythm is part and parcel of the key of what these quick bowlers are about. So it's something that, it's like the unanswerable question in many ways, that in many cases bowlers don't really know. It's that element of rhythm, and Van Meeken is one of those.
Short ball pulled into the deep. There is a man out there. It's going to fall just in front of Baz Dalita though. So it'll be a single. Van Meekeren holds his hands to his face. He thought he was in business there for the first wicket, but it was a checked pull shot from Coates, somewhat under control. Oh,
very much under control. Obviously the one thing, and again that's another thing that you commonly see in this format of the game, is you know, if the players can be pulling or tucking the ball away, often you're not in as much control as you are down the ground, and you can get the splice of the bat, some gimme wickets in the deep or also mid wicket.
Short ball again, good pace. You can see the speed that Van Meekeren can get up to. Munsey looking for the ramp shot. 3 overs gone, 28 for none.
After 3 overs, Scotland have moved on.
Well, that's the other feature, Lenny. It's the range of shots the batters have now. That you talk about that ramp, you talk about reverse hits, you talk about switch hits, you talk about dab sweeps. It is fascinating just to see, and we've spoken about this at length, just even in the last 5 years, how this game has developed, the areas that they're hitting, what they're doing, and it's so exciting to watch.
That's the Dutch 11 on your screen there. Just talking through some of their bowling options. We'll see Shane Snader come in with his right arm medium fast. Later on, Max O'Dowd potentially with some off spin. We're going to have yet another change of bowling, because just as I was discussing, we are going to see Shane Snader. So the 4th bowler in 4 overs, operating in 1 over spells to start with so far, Alan.
Yeah, again, probably with validity. In a sense, it's one of these things, if a bowler goes for 1, 2, 3, less than 6 and over, I'm often surprised when they come off.
Back foot punch from Coates, but he's through the shot early. He's been through a few of his shots early so far. Perhaps lucky to survive. That easily could have gone straight to cover, but he got it straight enough to beat the man at cover, straight to mid-off, dot ball.
Again, I can't know what he's thinking, Kyle could see it, but often in those sorts of situations, particularly the first ball of an over, there can be an air of premeditation about what you might do, and when the ball isn't where you want it to be, it may lead to a shot like that.
Short ball, looks for the pull shot down the leg side. I just wonder, is that maybe clipped the hip of Kyle Coates, because no wide signalled by the umpire, Alan Neal, so there must have been some contact.
There has to have been there for sure, and again, Netherlands been a little bit ragged with the ball here so far.
It should be helpful conditions. We've had overnight rain and a washout of the first match of the series yesterday. Seam bowlers should be licking their lips. That's better. Squares, Coates are up, gets him onto the back foot. Solid in defence from the Scottish skipper.
Well, it always fascinates me that's very good delivery from Snader. And again, anything reasonably straightish, back of a length on off stump. Yes, it can be hacked here, there, or anywhere, but generally speaking, I'm not going to say at all times it's played in the fashion that Coetzee did there, but useful bowling so far. Snader.
Short ball pulled into the deep. There's a man out there, but it's going to sail over Max O'Dowd's head all the way for 6. That's a glorious shot, a full extension of the arms from Kyle Coates. Poetry in motion.
Well, it always fascinates me that he hit that over the boundary ropes with ease, and Snader really, from his first 3 deliveries that were just back of a length and off stump, one often wonders why bowlers get it into their heads that they need to be bumping at that type of pace. And he's faced the consequences. It's a big Dorothy Dix.
Absolutely beautiful strike from Kyle Coates, the second 6 of his innings. Shane Snader at the pace he's bowling, it's really military medium. Coates are too good for that. Looks for the cut shot, beats him outside the off stump. Good comeback from the man born in Harare, Shane Snader, the 23-year-old. He's on the staff at Essex as well. Lots of county influence in both these countries, both Scotland and the Netherlands.
Yes, absolutely. And again, of course, that would have been a fostering ground in the early 2000s for a lot of Irish players who were playing and plying their trade in county cricket. But, and again, just talking about that delivery there, again, back of a length, inducing full stroke. And again, another one. And luckily, that's got away from Coetzee. Again, wee bit premeditated. It's gone for 4, and you've got a feel for the bowler there.
That one is going to go all the way for 4. By no means convincing or conventional from Coates. He was playing out in front of his body, looking to hit it down over long on, really. It's skewed off the inside edge, fine legs in the circle. And even with the rain that we've had, the outfield still showing there's plenty of pace in it. Another boundary 4, Scotland right on top. 4 overs gone, it's 38 for none. A flying start from Scotland. in this, the second GS Holding T20 International Tri-Series match at the beautiful Malahide Cricket Club. We're here in North County Dublin. Andrew Leonard here. I've got the former Irish international captain Alan Lewis to my left, and we see Scotland 38 for none. George Munsey, though, he's got 4 off 8 at the moment.
Well, he hasn't faced much. Could see him 32 from 16. Some gorgeous shots. A bit of luck from time to time, but you need that playing this format of the game.
Another change in bowling. We said he's 4 off 8. All of a sudden, he's going to be 10 off 9 because arguably the shot of the day from George Munsey. He uses his feet, he gets to the pitch of the ball. Fred Klassen has changed ends to the Dublin Road end, and he's been dispatched for 6.
Well, not really a very good delivery. Straight in Munsey's arc, and he has dispatched that straight. Shot of the day so far from George Munsey. Straight down the ground. Of course, it's the shortest end of the ground. Andrew?
He actually took a little bit of a step outside his leg stump and came down the track. Gave him the room to free his arms. Munsey, a real danger hitter. He does favour the leg side when he hits. Going to be a single this time. Are you surprised you're not seeing the likes of Munsey and Coates in other leagues around the world getting into the Big Bash, the CPL?
Well, you could say that about a lot of players. It's always fascinated me that Ireland's Paul Sterling hasn't been in any of those formats. You know, you could be picking him up very cheap for an IPL. It's such a destructive player. But just going back to Klassen here, he looks ill at ease. You can see it there. The body language isn't really what it should be. He's arguing, well, not arguing, but certainly discussing with his captain. But he's not coming in with any confidence. That's the one stuttery, no real progression to the crease. And he's taking the consequences.
26 years of age, the big, tall left-arm seamer. He's played an awful lot for Kent this season. Played almost every one of their Vitality T20 Blast games with a little bit of mixed success. He's going to come around the wicket to Coates, who cuts that away. It was the perfect catching height, but it went to the right of Max O'Dowd, and a glorious strike from Coates leads to 4 more.
Well, again, he gets in a great position, gives himself a bit of room, as you can see, and smashes that through just in front of square. Went like a bullet to the boundary for 4. Scotland advancing to 49 now. Not even at the end of the 5th over. And Klassen under pressure.
Absolutely, Fred Klassen. Not a bad delivery. That one was going to go on and hit the top of off. But good use of the crease from Coates, giving himself width. Hit into the offside. That's going to be 4 more. What an over this is turning out to be for Scotland. The change of ends for Fred Klassen just hasn't worked. He's been pumped for 15 runs in 4 deliveries. Brilliant from Coates.
The other interesting thing there, he seemed very close to the no-ball line, the outside line there, but beautifully dispatched by Coates again. Race to 40 and the total 53.
Yeah, the 50 coming up inside the 5th over. That run rate up towards nearly 2 a ball now. 2 of the most devastating hitters in associate cricket putting on a show here. We were waiting all day for this yesterday, Lou. We've got the GS Holding T20 Tri-Series going now. Quick single. They will get through. Coates are quick between the wickets. And even if the direct hit, he would have been home.
Well, it's quite funny looking around the ground here. The Dutch just seem that bit flat. There's no real energy about them. Klassen's body language, he's not really comfortable in himself. And even the first ball of the day, you know, fielders at the edge of the circle, they weren't in saving one. Whether that's something tactical, they think, is the thing they're going to do, but something, you know, perhaps someone has good reason for it. Again, I'm not too sure.
Length again, and that's going to come out towards us. 1 bounce straight into the boundary hoardings. We were nearly in action there, Alan. A boundary to finish the most expensive over of the innings so far. 20 runs coming from it, and that's outstanding from George Munsey.
Fantastic shot from George Munsey. Again, giving himself a bit of room, advancing down and smacking that over extra cover. 2 bounces for 4. Fantastic shot.
5 overs gone. Scotland are flying. They're 58 for none. I think we have to give huge credit, though, to both sides, and particularly both captains, Peter Seeler and Kyle Coates, because with the scale of overnight rain, there was some wet patches around the edges of the square. It's the kind of thing, if both captains weren't keen to play, we might have seen the umpires not get them out there. But credit to them both. We've got the action going here in Malahide for the week.
Credit to the groundsman, Phil Frost. He's done a fantastic job and always has. And it's quite funny, being at this ground watching international cricket, many captains misread this pitch.
Going to be a quick single. It's a 5th bowling change in 6 overs, so 5 consecutive bowling changes as Paul van Meekeren now changes ends to the Malahide Castle end. Just a single to short fine leg. Coates are looking to move towards 50. The Dutch bowling first then, you think, might have been a misread of the pitch?
Well, you can obviously understand it with the conditions that we've had in Dublin for the last 24 hours, but I've often seen in international cricketers people misread. Phil Frost has had the ability over the years to produce some fantastic batting pitches here in Malahide. Some absolute run fests. Of course, we had the Tri-Nation Series early May.
Hit down towards us. It's going to soar right into the commentary tent. Very nearly take me out. It's belted into the metal pole right above our head. We need to get the helmets on in the commentary box.
I saw you ducking there. You were a little bit worried earlier. Thought you might have the right hand up. It was coming straight into the commentary box. Tellies could have gone. Computers could have gone. Anything could have gone. It's a fantastic shot from Munsey. 6 runs. Gladly it hit the roof of the tent.
I just wish we had the commentary cam in there, Alan, because I think I was in position to catch it, whereas you were ducking and diving. The former Irish international.
Never ducked and dived out of a catch, Lenny. One-handed above my head, not a bother, my friend.
Sensational batting, though, from George Munsey. He walked across his stumps and simply flicked that all the way for 6. No ball called, and we saw Paul van Meekeren at the near end being warned about the potential of that happening, getting very close, and this time Alan Neil has the arm out, and Alan, you know what that means. It's a free hit.
Well, they don't look as if they need any invitations for free hits just at the moment, but I'm sure George Munsey will be relishing this. A sluggish start, but he's already 21 from 13 now, Andrew.
I wonder what the two batsmen are talking about. They're trying to hit every ball for 6 as it is, having a discussion about the free hit, where to go. They can't change the field because the same batsman retains the strike. Slower ball, hit into the deep, and straight out to Tim Delita, who's, in fact, Baz Delita, Tim Delita's son, who is misfielded, but they're going to get away with a single to bring Coates back onto strike. That 6 from Munsey was simply sensational, though.
Beautiful shot, helped it on its way. They probably should have got 2 there. Difficult enough misfield, shouldn't have really done that. There was no need for him to go to ground. A lot of the time you see with fielders now, sometimes when it's unnecessary, they go to ground and can create that fumble. And probably just had one on their minds when always push. Batsmen push that first run quickly. It's amazing how often you can get back for 2.
A few nerves perhaps for Baz Delita, just 19 years of age. Been on the MCC Young Cricketers staff this season. Really well bowled by Paul van Meekeren. He's straight into the block hole. You want to lower that run rate, that's where you've got to bowl as a fast bowler.
Now that was quick, Lenny. That was quick. That was his quickest delivery here today. You could see that wrist action. Fantastic delivery and really did well.
He's got all the assets of a good fast bowler, doesn't he, Paul van Meekeren?
Absolutely. And again, you know, the other thing you'd be saying, like every ball probably up to this has been nothing near that pace. So whether there's a bit of anger has crept in.
Short ball pulled into the deep. There is 2 men out there, and it's going to split them absolutely perfectly and run away for yet another boundary for Coates. Moves to within one mighty blow of a 50. This is a superb innings from the Scottish skipper.
Well, again, giving himself room on the leg side. And that certainly wasn't as quick as the last delivery, but he was ready, he was waiting. Often, in again, setting for these firm bases to hit those type of shots, clearing the left leg, and really with ease, moved it away on the leg side. So Scotland advancing to 71. 1 ball left of the power play.
Short ball clipped off his legs by Coates. That's an expensive over for Van Meekeren. He's really struggled. That's the end of the power play. Scotland moved to 72 for none. So welcome back here to the Village, Malahide Cricket Club in North County Dublin. If you're just joining us, we have seen the most sensational striking from this opening Scottish partnership in the form of George Munsey and the Scottish captain Kyle Coates. They've moved the score to 72 for none after just 6 overs. We've been treated to a real display so far, Alan Lewis.
Absolute display. You'd want to hold your breath here. The way Scotland have attacked the Netherlands bowling, and really they've been a bit off colour, the Netherlands, in this part of the game. 72 at the end of the 6th.
Yeah, the Dutch captain has seen enough of the rest of his bowlers, and he's going to take the ball into his own hand here at the Dublin Road end. And that is a 6th bowling change in the 6 completed overs so far. We're going to see a different bowler bowl each of the 7 overs. Is that something you like as a skipper? Do you think it's difficult for a bowler to settle into their spell?
I've always felt that, but again, a lot of these sides now have their plans, and it's even more frustrating when I watch cricket, particularly when, a bowler or an over only goes for 3 or 4. I'm not necessarily saying deserving, but when you're on top and you feel on top, that's the sort of thing you want to be getting the ball in your hand again.
The power hitting's going to continue even off the left arm spin of Peter Seeler. That's arguably one of the most classical shots of the day. A perfect cover drive all the way along the ground for 4 runs.
Well, that's a class shot, hit with enormous power. And it's 50 for Kyle Coates in 24 deliveries. Fantastic innings of power hitting.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from the Scottish captain. That innings of 50, his 5th T20 international 50 on his 49th appearance, coming from just 24 deliveries. Better from Seeler.
Gosh, a defensive shot, Andrew.
We've seen a top
What's
ball,
going
Alan.
on, a top ball?
Yeah, we were speaking with Ryan Campbell before the start, and he was saying Peter Seeler's bowling less and less for this Dutch side. He is the record caps holder for the Dutch in T20 international cricket, but he's evolved into more of a batting all-rounder. Could maybe make an argument a little bit in the George Dockrell mould, his batting becoming more and more of an asset to his side, and might see him bat as high as 5 or 6 in the order.
Well, again, it's another feature. I kind of think that, when you look and you talk about George Dockrell, and again, even talking some of the youth coaches, a lot of these young players now, they just want to bat. This bowling thing is all a bit of a struggle and a hassle. I don't really want to do that. Well,
Bit too much like hard work, Alan.
Get the ball in your hand and bowl.
The captain's got the ball in his hand at the moment, Peter Seeler. Munsey loves the sweep shot against spin. That one skewing off an inside edge. There was half a chance for a moment, but landing safe. Haven't seen the switch hit yet, Alan, but I promise you if he keeps batting, we will see it.
You love the switch hit, Len, don't you? Have you ever played it yourself?
Conventional lower order slugger, me, Alan. Munsey. Just getting tucked up. Hasn't looked as fluent as Coates despite that glorious 6 off Fred Klassen.
Well, hasn't had as much of the bowling, but you're absolutely right. He just hasn't played with the same type of freedom. But that won't worry Scotland with the score at 77.
That's the conventional sweep shot from Kyle Coates. Just going to be a single. Good diving stop at short 45. Coates, the leading T20 international run scorer in Scottish history. He's got over 1,150 T20I runs now. And his innings has 8 4s and 2 6s. Super knock from the Scottish skipper so far, and Scotland really right on top, 78 for none after 7.
Fantastic start from Scotland. You would think that certainly Scotland will be eyeing up a total in excess of 200 here. One would imagine biggest part on that outside of the runs accumulated. No wickets down, and 2 of their most destructive batsmen at the crease.
Returning to the attack for the Netherlands from the Malahide Castle end, wearing shirt number 24, is Shane Snater.
Yet another bowling change for the Netherlands in the form of Shane Snater coming back into the attack. That makes it 7 consecutive bowling changes now. The head coach Ryan Campbell has spoken about how this is as strong a squad that Netherlands cricket has ever had. One of the most difficult squads they've ever had to select. Wesley Baracey and Stefan Myberg both left out of this squad. They're the two leading Dutch T20I run scorers. Was that surprising for you?
Well, I think in any side that's evolving, we'll have a wait now for this first delivery from Snyder. Oh, there could have been a chance of a run out there had he gathered that, Snyder. In one sense, you can say yes, but in another, no. You know, you've got to try and move on as a team, and it's quite interesting. We spoke yesterday about, you know, the Irish team and the setup and new blood coming into the team. It's something that obviously we're not going to see them till tomorrow, but I'm personally excited with a lot of good young faces in it, in a format of the game that Ireland haven't been playing terribly well in. And again, Snyder has bowled.
Clipped off his hip by Kyle Coates into the deep, and of course with the power play over, there is that extra protection. You're allowed to have up to 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and the Dutch wisely using all 5 of those in the deep.
Well, it's interesting. Probably the pick of the bowlers for me so far has been Snyder of the seam bowlers that have bowled. And again, in his first over, whilst it went for 10, you know, he bowled 4 deliveries just back of a length, skidding on, then bowled probably injudiciously a short delivery.
Munsey's hammered that one into the deep, and just as you're saying he's the pick of the bowlers, Alan, he's been dispatched over the ropes for a glorious 6.
Well, he has, and he's held that one back. He tried to bowl a slower ball there. Munsey sat back in his crease and has taken that the distance. Fantastic shot, and that's the bit of thing that in this format of the game just unnerves bowlers. Whatever way you think about things, there's so many things going on in your head in this format of the game. Where do I go next?
Yeah, Munsey showing all his power. He really does favour the leg side. He's heaved that one in the vacant gap in between long on and deep mid wicket. That's going to be 6 more. You can call that as soon as it comes off the bat. It soars into the sky, onto the banks, where we sometimes see the grandstands for the big internationals here in Malahide. Brilliant striking, brilliant batting, George Munsey.
Fantastic batting. Again, deep in the crease, clearing that right leg. And that was 6 from the moment it left the bat.
Yeah, you can see a few of the passers-by coming through the beautiful Malahide Demens Park in the background there, and they were nearly in danger.
I think they're tuning into our live stream. They're coming down to see this power hitting. There's a group of them behind the fence there watching this game. 92 already, and Munsey is probably saying to Coetzee, I'm going to catch you, young man. I'm going to catch you. And the way he's going at the moment, after a sluggish beginning, 36 now from 20 deliveries, Munsey. And Snyder under the pump.
Slower ball pulled, but completely mistimed, almost coming off the cue end of the bat, so it'll just be a single through to Tobias Visay, who does the fielding at short fine leg.
You sometimes get the feeling watching this format, particularly bowlers, that there's nearly just an air of, you know, do we have to get through it here type thing, because there's nearly now an expectation that, you know, that sides are just going to get after you, that if you go for less than 10s, you've done, and of course if you do go for less than 10s, you've gone very well. But the Dutch bowlers are under the pump so much here.
Driven into the offside, it'll just be a single. Diving stop from Baz Delita, backward point. That's the end of the 8th over. Scotland moved to 94 for none. So with the score at 94 for none after 8 overs, I'll bid you a short farewell. I'll pass over to John Kenny, who'll join Alan Lewis.
Thanks, Andrew. What a blistering start then for Scotland, having lost the toss. 94 without loss at the end of 8 overs. And Clayton Floyd, having been bashed for 16 runs in his first over. Alan is now back on again, but a lot of work for the Dutch to do, really, considering the start. 53 so far for George Munsey, and Kyle Coates together with on 37. So
I'm just trying to catch my breath here, John, to be perfectly frank with you.
Well, he would have been full of nerves with his first international cap for the Netherlands.
Well, again, I felt for him a little bit because for most of that first over, it wasn't too bad. There was that nick through the slip area. I thought he had his field wrong early on with 5 on the leg side. He has the fundamentals of a very nice, smooth action. And it'll be just interesting to see how this spell goes for him with, you know, a few deep fielders in. Maybe that feeling of less pressure, but there's pressure nearly every delivery, of course. And it's the sort of ground, John, we've been here many times, it's quite difficult to defend.
Not a bad start to his second over. The left arm spinner is going to go over the wicket now to Munsey, who's on 37 from 21. Kurtzer has been imperious at the other end. 54 not outs, and that's going to go for 1 bounce 4 into the covers, the vacant area there. Really heaved at that, and it takes Scotland close to that 100 mark.
Well, again, that field is rather inviting. Munsey giving himself a little bit of room with no protection on the offside. Again, a strange bit of field placing. What seems to us here, Dowd is well backward a square on the offside to Munsey. Very, very strange field position for me. Well behind square. I just quite can't understand that.
Feverish cleaning of the ball. We've had a match abandoned yesterday, Ireland against the Netherlands. So both of those sides have got 2 points apiece. But both of these sides, Netherlands and Scotland, obviously very anxious to get some T20 cricket in. We were talking to Kyle Kurtzer at the toss, saying that they haven't played much T20 cricket. They want to play as many as they can before the World qualifying competition.
Well,
it's just over the bowler's head. It's going to be cut off by Fred Klassen. That's the 100 up and the 100 partnership as well. Good start for Scotland.
Fantastic start for Scotland. Century partnership. You don't see too many of them in this format of the game, but fantastic. You can see what it means to the pair of them shaking hands. Interesting you talked to, John, about the start of the game. I was speaking to Roland Lefebvre before, and he said, no, that we've been playing an hour ago.
A delayed start to this game, but it's a full T20 international. Just try to swipe it around the corner. That's a good finish to that, his second over. So at the end of 9, it's 101 without loss.
Yeah, great start from Scotland here, passing the 100 mark in the 9th over. And you really feel, John, with that sense of purpose and nothing really threatening in the Dutch attack so far, that a score in excess of 200 is very much on the cards here.
43 not out. Returning from the Malahide Castle end, wearing shirt number 8, is their captain, Peter Seeler.
Well, they keep varying their bowling attack here from both ends, from Malahide Road, the Dublin Road end and the Malahide Castle end. Back to the Malahide Castle end we go, and the captain, Peter Seeler, continuing with spin. Moves himself from one end of the ground to the other. Scotland 101 not out. So far, what a start for them. Munsey was a little circumspect, you have to say, earlier on, but he's starting to open his shoulders now, certainly.
Well, it was easy with his partner going at the other end. He could just take a little bit of a backseat role, but not for long.
It's whipped to the man at long on. Just be the single. Seeler going for 6 off his first over.
Yeah, he had a decent first over, John, as in terms of he just came straight on after the power play, of course, letting the debutant start proceedings, which was a baptism of fire.
Especially against these two big hitters. Clayton Floyd winning his first cap today. Won't be part of that T20 qualifying squad. Seeler certainly will. Just tucks up the batsman. And Munsey scampers through for a single. Very important, these games, for both of those sides, as we mentioned, also for Ireland as well. Pity we didn't get a game in yesterday against the Netherlands because of the weather conditions here prevailing at Malahide. But the rest of the week seems set fair. They gave two teams 2 points each for the abandonment of the game yesterday. Seeler continues. Let's push past him. I'm going to scamper through for a single, but maybe the feeling is that they maybe try to get a second game in this week, maybe play a double header later on this week, because the weather's set fair.
Well, it would be lovely, John, if that could be seen, that there'd be some flexibility, because all of these teams will want to be playing cricket. And again, probably with an early start, as you say, weather set fair for the next few days.
That's cracked away, and that's another 6, a huge one as well, through the mid-wicket area. And the arms aloft, and 50 for Muncie, and that's the way to do it. Seelar dispatched, and Scotland 110 without loss, and we haven't even reached the end of the mid-wicket point.
And that's a record opening partnership in T20I for Scotland. Same batsman previously versus Ireland, February 2019 in Oman. So what a pair this pair are, Muncie and Coetzee. Regulars in the Scottish setup for so long now. Fantastic hitters of the cricket ball, as has been proved today.
Last ball of the 10th over. And again, that's gone for 6. The maximum. Down by the spectators on the bank. Another big 6.
There's been so many 6s. It's hard to keep a grip on proceedings here.
End of that over. 111 without loss, Scotland.
Fantastic. So halfway through the allotted overs, and Scotland 116 without loss. Fantastic effort from these two vastly experienced players, Coetzee and Muncie. And interestingly, as you said, John, both players now on 56.
Bastolid is coming on. The 19-year-old made his debut against Ireland back in June of 2018, and they're certainly going through the whole gamut of bowlers here. Peter Seelar, his first over, went for just 6 runs, but he was biffed for 15 in that second one, and 2 consecutive 6s for Muncie to take him past 50. 116 now with that loss. It's a record-breaking opening stand, as you mentioned, Alan. And halfway through, what are we looking here? Well, definitely around the 230, 240 mark, maybe more.
Struck beautifully down the ground again by Coetzee. And Delita, short in stature, unlike his father, who's a very tall man. Big over-the-top bowler, Tim Delita. But I'm sure Baz really keen to follow in his father's footsteps, and must be a proud day for his dad. Watching him here, watching him live, I'm sure. And good afternoon to you, Tim, if you are.
Yeah, Tim Delita played in 29 ODIs for the Netherlands. Say, watching his son, that's a good stop off his own bowling, and a rare dot ball out there. Baz Delita actually was selected to play for the Rotterdam Rhinos in the inaugural T20 Slam. Sadly, that competition has been postponed till next year. And for the moment, we've got this Tri-Series between Ireland, the Netherlands and Scotland. This is match 2. Match 1 abandoned yesterday, Ireland against Netherlands. It must have been close to a wide. In fact, it is a wide.
Be interesting to see that again. I would imagine probably the bowler Muncie no, well, he didn't really. That's definitely a wide. He can't have any complaints about that, really. I just wondered, because obviously we're square to the wicket here, John, whether we'd have taken a wee bit of movement to leg.
Yeah, the umpire at this end, David McLean, just took a moment or two to make a decision, but it was clearly wide. And Scotland going along very nicely here, hitting the bad balls out of the park.
Muncie keeps looking at his bat, John. I'm going to go, what are you looking at your bat for? You've just absolutely lampooned 5 sixes. He keeps looking at the bottom of his bat. Does he want to hit it any further?
Well, they really are working in tandem, aren't they? 57 each of 34 and 30 deliveries respectively. The lead in again, and it's gone straight over his head. There is a fielder down there, but he won't cut that off. That's 4 runs straight down the ground.
Again, we'll see it here. Could see just standing still and clearing that left leg and hitting it straight down the ground. Baz Delita, it's an inviting pace, and again, once these batsmen just get set, they line up these bowlers. It's extraordinary the power that these players have now and the areas that they hit the ball.
Oh, that's cracked away, and that's not the intended shot. But it's 4 more runs. The Scottish captain, and 4 more to that total, which is building pretty much with every shot.
Well, that's what you feel for Baz Delita. That's just skewed off a thickish outside edge. Of course, third man understandably in the circle with the barrage of hitting that's going in front of the wicket. And you would have to feel for Baz Delita. Last ball. Every ball important to the Netherlands.
Oh, that's a full toss. And there's a man out there. He just doesn't quite get there. Running around from the deep. Outstretched arms of Shane Snatner. And he doesn't quite get there. And it goes for 4 to end that over. 11 gone, 131 without loss.
Well, interesting too, John. That's the highest partnership in Scotty T20I history. From this pair, 131 now. And tough start for Baz Delita. Looks to be...
The attack for the Netherlands from the Malahide Castle end. Shirt number 47 is Paul van Meerken.
Paul van Meerken is coming back on again as this captain.
And again...
this time it's up. Oh, I thought it was going over the head of the field. There was a wonderful stop by Max O'Dowd to push the ball down, and eventually they run 2. That was a chance of a catch, but he was obviously thinking that he was quite close to the rope. Alan pushed it back into play, then they ran through for 2, but that was a chance.
Well, it was a chance, but he could never really get set, and he did the right thing because, of course, had he gone over the rope, it would have been 6. He did the right thing. He saved 4 runs for his team because he was never going to get in a balanced position to do what all these fielders are doing now so unbelievably well in parrying these ball upwards and coming back into the field of play. Wonderful skill. Another additional skill that we're seeing in T20 and, of course, ODI cricket. Amazing.
Attempt to put round the corner. That's going to be another wide for Van Meekeren.
And he's done that a bit today. He's bowled a number of wides in his spell. And again, a man of his experience. Probably the captain is looking to Van Meeken to be his linchpin, but they've been just that little bit flat. I've said that earlier throughout this innings.
That's high in the air. Cries of good shot because they're not going to stop that one. In yet another maximum.
Well, they're going to have to go a long way to find that, John. That is huge. I reckon it could have actually gone up to Malahide Castle. He's hit that so far. That must have gone at least 100 metres. I see a spectator scampering to get it. Bounced on the path on the road, but it seems to have come back. Yes, indeed it has. Has he got it over? Yes, he has. Fantastic hit from Coetzee.
Well, it's obviously a combination of good batting and poor bowling. Oh, what an amazing start. Record-breaking start for Muncie and Coetzee so far. And the Dutch really are at 6s and 7s out there. I mean, you have to think, what's Peter Seeler, the captain, going to do? Every time he tries to plug a hole somewhere, it goes straight over their heads.
Well, it's been...
Meekeren's been bashed around 28 without loss. Oh, bit of a mix-up and a throw at the stumps. Oh, that may have been close if it had hit. Muncie went halfway down the track. Just a little mix-up between the two. But Muncie was able to get back 140 without loss in the 12th over. Van Meekeren, 28. And he's only in his 3rd over. This has been the pattern setting from the very start, from that over from Clayton Floyd, which went for 16, and Scotland certainly on top here into the second part of their innings in this match 2 of this GS Holding T20I Tri-Series here at Malahide. And that's gone for another maximum as well, has it? Yes, it has.
I get the sense that's a regular theme, John. Another maximum. And it's just absolutely hit with ease. Again, clearing that left leg. That's gone flat for 6. Fantastic shot. In fact, I actually think probably, and I haven't seen the statistics, but I reckon at this point Scotland have hit more 6s than 4s.
Just rank long hop, that one, really. And as you're right, flat 6. Just behind square on the leg side. Takes Scotland to 146 without loss in the 12th over. Muncie, 71 of 34 deliveries. Kurtzer on 67 of just 37 deliveries. Van Meekeren to continue. Swing and a miss. And a rare one too.
Extraordinary. The ball has beaten the bat. It's 146 now. As you say, Muncie 71 from 35. He was 4 off 8 at the beginning, John. That just gives you an indication of the level of his hitting. Muncie.
That might be a wide, and is down the leg side. Umpire Alan Neal from Northwest just giving an extra to the Scottish total.
Again, fine leg coming in now.
Yeah, just adjustments all over the field. There's one man being pushed out of the circle down towards long off. Fine leg has come up. And that's, well, they tried to lay the trap for him, but you can't lay a trap for a ball that's going straight over your head. And yet another 6.
That's absolutely fantastic hitting from Coetzee. That's gone flat, straight for yet another 6.
Now, 153 without loss.
Entering the attack for the Netherlands from the Dublin Road end, wearing shirt number 4, is Max O'Dowd.
Max O'Dowd is coming on to bowl. It's the 7th bowler being used today by the Netherlands. Floyd, Klaassen, Van Meekeren, Sneijder, Seeler, De Leede, all being bashed around the Malahide ground. So what can Max O'Dowd do to stem this? New Zealand-born 24-year-old. Made his debut against Nepal back in 2015. This is 21st T20, and he gets the welcome greeting, and yet another 6 for Scotland.
Surprised George Muncie has been looking at his bat again. That has gone large, John. Very large, way out to the nets there. Hacked on the leg side, right in the meat of the bat. Fantastic shot.
And he cracks him down the ground between the two fielders. So that's 6 of the first ball, 4 in the second ball from O'Dowd. And it doesn't matter who they put up, they're getting the treatment. And Scotland are blitzing this bowling attack for the Netherlands. Past the 160 mark now. That cries a catch, but there's nobody out there. So that's 6 and a couple of 4s. 1 bounce into the advertising hoardings on the far side, and Scotland now looking to push well past the 200 mark, maybe the 250 mark.
You nearly get the sense here, John, that the Netherlands have given up. I don't know whether you get that sense, just the body language is so poor. That ball just lobbed up, really. And Munsey just thanking his lucky stars, of course. Now 166 the score.
We've just a slight discrepancy in the scores here. There's another one gone long, gone high, gone handsome, gone 6. Couple of 6s, couple of 4s in this O'Dowd over. And poor old Max O'Dowd.
And rather interesting, that was caught by Peter Saville there from the Cricket Club Malahide here. Easily caught by him. Out by the medical centre there.
Oh, no, he's done him again. 3 6s, 2 4s, and 1 ball to come. Poor old Max O'Dowd would like to be in his shoes. As I say, there's just a slight discrepancy on the boards in terms of the scoring. The score we have is 179 without loss. The scoreboard at the far end, which you can't see, is 178 without loss, but it matters not really, is it? Munsey
Not
83,
really.
Kurtzer 89.
The only thing I sense that score you have on your television screen is correct. 179 now without loss. John, has 300 been scored? I wonder what the highest score in a T20I is. Be very interesting to hear what it is.
I think they've lost the ball.
There's a surprise.
So there will be a moment or two before they can find another white ball.
I'm sure third umpire has stash of balls. It's actually not a ground where many balls are lost. Obviously down the Malahide Castle end, many people walking around the ground. Of course, it's a social amenity here, as we know, John. Many out walking their dogs, playing with children. Wonderful venue for international cricket, as we well know. Scene of many great internationals. Of course, England were over playing against Ireland this year. A wonderful Tri-Series for us all to enjoy. And now, of course, this T20I series, and again, games of great importance with the T20 qualifiers coming up, which is going to be very interesting. And of course, all of these teams anxious to get themselves into the T20 World Cup.
179 without loss now. 87 to Kyle Kurtzer, 84 to George Munsey, and poor old Max O'Dowd's gone for 26 runs in this over so far, and he's got 1 ball to bowl, and they lost the previous ball, so just a little delay by our third umpire. Rizwan Akram comes onto the ground with the replacement ball, and Max O'Dowd will be glad to see the end of this over.
He certainly will be glad to see the end of this over.
So we have a new ball, and as Max going to finish this over, as I say, anxious to get it done and dusted. It's in the air, and there is a fielder underneath that, but won't reach it, won't make the ground, and that's another 6. 4 6s, 2 4s off that O'Dowd over, and Scotland 185 without loss at the end of 13.
Extraordinary hitting this, John. I've not seen the likes of it in my time live. 184 at the end of the 13th over. Fantastic hitting from Scotland here, and the total is really going to be mammoth.
We got everything in sequence now with the scoreboard and also on our own scoring. 184 with that loss. The two openers still there. Muncie on 90 off just 37 deliveries. Incredible hitting. And Kyle Kurtzer, the Scottish captain, on 87 without not out on after 42 deliveries. And Muncie was the slower starter of the two.
It's incredible, of course, that O'Dowd over went for 32. Muncie taking such a liking. It's nearly now as if the pair are in competition with one another. Could see a 87 from 42. Muncie 90 from 37. Extraordinary hitting.
You can still see O'Dowd's sad figures, really, that last previous over. 4 6s, 2 4s.
It did look buffet, John, I have to say. Don't know whether it even got wickets up at your Taverners game in Friday night in Carlisle.
Change of bowling again at the Malahide Castle end. Fred Klassen back on. Had an early spell from this particular end. But the Netherlands, hands on hips, a lot of them out there. It's just can't seem to stymie the runs. Massive score, 184 without loss, and we still have 8 overs to go. In fact, 7 overs to go, because we did start at the Dublin Road end. A stifle appeal for LBW, and that's the first one we've seen.
I think there's been an air of confusion. You're right, John. Of course, 13 overs bowled. Our scoreboard directly opposite saying 12, but I think there's probably been so much going on between bat and ball. These are what one would call nearly abnormal conditions. Extraordinary hitting here from Scotland.
Crack down the ground. There is a fielder there, though, and Kurtzer sends Muncie back. So 2 dot balls.
Sorry, I've gone dizzy, John. 2 dot balls. I've gone completely dizzy. My head's in a spin.
Klassen, 2 dot balls. Actually born in England. 10 T20s before today. Both of these sides trying to play as many T20 games as they possibly can before those World Cup qualifiers. A lot of the players would have been hoping to play in the T20 Slam, which unfortunately was postponed until next year, so this gives them a chance to at least get some international cricket under the belt before those qualifiers. That's down the leg side. They're claiming the catch behind. Came off the hip is the indication really from Alan Neal, the umpire at the Malahide Road end.
Be interesting to see this, John, whether it's hip. It looks to be Pat, but he's so wide on the crease there. Yeah, you could see that. Just came off lower end of the pad there. Good bit of keeping.
Alan Neal was actually tapping this thigh to give that indication, but obviously didn't reach down as far as his leg. That's trying to cut away behind square. There is a man there, the luckless O'Dowd, who got thumped for 4 6s in his last over. Don't think we'll see him back again, but Klassen a bit more circumspect this time around.
Yeah, Klassen's got the ball much fuller in this spell. He's very close to that outside line. I'm sure Alan Neal, the umpire, is keeping a vigilant eye on same. And, again, it's difficult from this wide angle, and of course all our viewers can see this. Nearly goes wider than they're just inside there again, and that's good bowling. That's good bowling from Klassen. First part of consistent good bowling here from the Netherlands, and we're into the 14th over, but he's done well by keeping the ball full. He's a tall man, Klassen, bowls from a very good height, and that's good from him. 1 delivery left. Important here for the Netherlands, but some sort of breaks on this extraordinary hitting from Scotland.
Best of 3 for 31, made his debut against Ireland in Rotterdam last year. So he's relatively new to international T20 cricket. Klassen in his 11th T20. Last ball then of the 14th over. And it's a better one from the Dutch point of view. End of the 14th over, and they're 185 without loss. So 6 overs to be bowled. Alan Lewis steps away for the moment, and Andrew Leonard is back with me. What a start this is for Scotland. 186 without loss. Remember, the Netherlands won the toss, decided to bowl. Talking to their captain, Peter Seelar, before that, he was saying because of the overcast conditions and maybe a little bit of moisture in the ground after the heavy rain over the last couple of days, it would be advantageous from the Netherlands' point of view. It's turned out anything but.
Yeah, JK, you're absolutely spot on. And the scale and the quality of the hitting, the power hitting we've seen from Coates and Munsey here has been of a world-class standard.
Peter Seelar back on again after that over from Max O'Dowd, but nothing changed as it seems from the Dublin Road end. Whipped away by Munsey for yet another maximum.
Yeah, what a shot from George Munsey. That one is absolutely massive. Peter Seelar brings himself back into the attack, the Dutch captain, but the end result is the same. Deep cow corner is out, John, but he's going to take him on and hit it over his head.
192 without loss. Weren't expecting this. Munsey closing in on a century, and Kurtzer not that far behind them. Kurtzer saying to me before the game that Scotland haven't played much T20 cricket in the last while, and they're anxious to get these games on today and obviously get some build-up for the World T20 qualifiers. But I tell you, with these two, it doesn't look like they've been away at all.
Yeah, Scotland have been playing a lot of ODI cricket in the new ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 against Oman and Papua New Guinea, but not much T20 stuff. And you can see that they've been itching to get back in. Power hitting really is their strength. You think about Matthew Cross to come, Richie Berrington, Callum McLeod, of course, as well. So they've hitters all the way through their order.
That's got to go for 6 as well. It is. Nothing that the Dutch can do. The 200's up, close to it anyway. Saylor, 198 now. Saylor, 33. Munsey makes his ton though. 103 of just 41 deliveries. What a knock. Kurtzer won't be far behind him.
Absolutely outstanding from George Munsey. This man is a world star and he's just waiting to shine on the global stage. We're going to see him next month in the UAE, and I think we'll see him in about a year's time in Australia at the T20 World Cup. And if he can produce striking like this, who's to say we won't see him on the biggest stages of them all. George Munsey, 103 from 41 balls. Remember, John, he was 4 off 8 deliveries at one stage. That means he's made 99 off the last 33, 3 runs a delivery. This has been a sensational century.
It certainly has, and our scoreboard here keeping up with things, but the scoreboard at the ground, not quite. Well, that was a huge 6, and what a way to bring up your century of just 41 deliveries in the T20 International. The 26-year-old George Munsey, born in Oxford, but playing for Scotland, and it is Saylor to continue going around the wicket.
It's just the second T20I 100 for Scotland in their history. The first one made by Richie Berrington a long time ago against Bangladesh in The Hague. But this knock surely eclipses that one. It's a faster one. That 100 from Richie Berrington coming off 59 balls. Who's to say that Kyle Coates is not going to join him in 3 figures pretty shortly?
Absolutely, just one away from the 200 mark now. It's still in the 15th over. Saylor expensive. He's not the only one. 34 runs against his name, and only his 3rd over. Bowling from the Dublin Road end. Great conditions overhead. Rain has passed us by. Thankfully, late start here to this game. But it's full T20 International, and that one a rare dot ball.
Yeah, you can see Seelar deciding to come over the wicket with his left arm spin, which is something you see very rarely for left arm spinners to right-handers, but he's just trying to shut down the scoring options. Scott's making these boundaries look very small so far today.
That's a quick call through from Munsey to get to the other end, and that brings up the 200. And the 15. Scotland exactly 200 without loss.
Yeah, 15 overs gone. Scotland 200 for none, and this is their record partnership of any kind in T20 international cricket for Scotland. But John, we're really on record watch here. We've got every tab open possible to look up what we can, because the two boys here are hunting down the record set by the Afghan opening pair against Ireland. That was 236 earlier in the year by Usman Ghani and Hazratullah Zazai. And that was against Ireland in Dehradun. It was really Hazratullah Zazai that did all the damage. But with just 36 more needed in 5 overs, if these two can stay together, they're on the brink of making history here. Are we going to see a world record fall in Malahide?
Oh, no doubt. If they stay here for the last 5 overs, that will be past the way the batting has gone so far. 200 without loss. Muncie 104 not out. Kurtzer on 89. Now playing a bit of a second fiddle role, really, to Muncie. Change of bowling again down the Malahide road end. It's going to be Shane Snader to come back on. But look at his figures. 35 been biffed off him in just 3 overs, but he's not the only one who's got the treatment.
Yeah, Snader has gone the distance, but so have all the Dutch bowlers, really. 200 for none after 15.
That's out, so you got something on that, and that record-breaking partnership finally comes to an end. Muncie chases a wide one, gets the toe of the bat to it, and safely snatched by Scott Edwards, the wicketkeeper. Our first wicket falls in the 16th over. Scotland 200 for 1.
How Kyle Coates is going to be kicking himself, because if he hadn't made any contact with that, it surely would have been signalled a wide. But what a knock. 89 coming from 50 deliveries. A super knock from the Scottish captain. Just the 3rd double century partnership in T20 international history. We thought we were standing on the brink of history here, but George Munsey, I think, will continue to bat away with reckless abandon. And a change in the order for Scotland. They're going to stick one of their big hitters up the order, and we'll see Michael Lease come in at number 3. We often see him down at 6 or 7 for Scotland, so they know that they may as well try to profit while the going is good.
Yeah, Lee Skin is a pinch hitter now, 28-year-old from Aberdeen, ex-Northampton and Somerset, standing today in his 24th T20 international. High score of 53. He would have played for Edinburgh Rocks in the T20 Slam. He was bought at auction, and it is Kurtzer who departs for that outstanding knock of 89. Munsey still there though on 103 not out. So partnership broken. The Dutch will hope to make some inroads.
Yeah, difficult for Peter Seelaar and his youthful Dutch side. Remember, this Dutch team will have 4 changes for the T20 World Cup qualifier. 4 men coming in will be Ryan Tendashade, Roloff van der Merwe, Colin Ackerman and Tim van der Hoogten. So all 4 of those very experienced veterans, all currently playing county cricket. A few of the young Dutch guns going the distance today.
That's in the air. There was a fielder down there. That could be 2 and 2. And a quick in and out. And all of a sudden, the Netherlands, who are totally and absolutely under the cosh, have got their second wicket.
Yeah, how often do you see that? 1 brings 2, and it brings it in 2 balls. Shane Snader's going to be in a hat-trick. It was dug in. Leask gave himself room outside the leg stump, but he could only really find the toe end of the bat. And it was a very comfortable catch for Ben Cooper at long on, who held it comfortably. And Michael Leask must be wondering, what's he got to do? He's sitting there for 15 hours watching his teammates hit it all over the park. He comes in, his stay at the crease is going to be just a solitary delivery. He's gone for a duck. Snader's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, new batsman, Richie Barrington, the experienced 32-year-old, born in Pretoria in South Africa. This is his 50th T20 international today. Well done to him on reaching the half-century. Barrington joining Munsey in the middle, and Snader on a hat-trick, and you wouldn't have thought that was going to happen in the last couple of overs, but Snader banged a couple in. He got to the toe end of the bat of Kurtzer to get rid of him, and that Leask gone, caught by Cooper. Both Snader means he's on the hat-trick, so I wonder, will the Dutch captain Seelaar just bring everybody in and just try and crowd? Or it's not the fact that the new batsman is Munsey's, actually, because they did cross, so Munsey's got a face, and here comes the hat-trick ball. They're going to sneak a single.
Yeah, not quite a conventional hat-trick ball that we're perhaps so used to at the test level, with George Munsey on strike, going so well on 105 not out now. No time to bring the catchers in. And I just wonder, was there a little word of congratulations between Richie Berrington prior to today, the only Centurion in this T20I format for Scotland, to his Scottish teammate George Munsey? There'll be a little bit of banter flying about between them later on. Munsey taking the mantle of the highest scorer now in an individual innings for Scotland in T20I cricket. What a knock we've seen, but can the Dutch just arrest the momentum? Maybe restrict Scotland to something under 250. A very good wicket, nice and flat up here at Malahide.
Berrington ducks under one.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise, shorter delivery. We saw him do that to Matthew Cross first delivery, and it caught him unawares to be caught at long on. So good stuff this from Snyder. Just a solitary run coming from the over, and you haven't been able to say that too often so far, John.
No, and 2 wickets in the over as well. Berrington, we mentioned, in his 50th T20 International, made his debut against Ireland way back in 2008. And it's nicely just rolled off the face of the bat down to O'Dowd. And they run through for the quick single. Good call.
Berrington's been a real rock of this Scottish middle order for many years now. And in the T20I format, he's in fact the leading cap holder for Scotland. It's been a little bit of a frustrating summer for Scotland. They had Sri Lanka and Afghanistan over for 2-match series, and the series were carbon copies of each other really. One match washed out in both of those series and the away side winning. So they went down 1-0 in both those series to Sri Lanka and Afghanistan in advance of the Cricket World Cup, with the 2 Asian sides over, preparing for the Cricket World Cup 2019.
Last ball of the 16th. That's a good one too. Crack down the ground. They're going to run through for the quick single, so Munsey will keep the strike, and that's the end of the 16th over. $203 for 2. Scotland, having lost the toss, being put into bat, and we have 2 back at the pavilion after a wonderful opening stand between Munsey and Kurtzer. Kurtzer gone for 89, and Snyder got Michael Leask for 0, and Clayton Floyd is going to come on now and bowl his 3rd over. Expensive from the debutant. His first over went for 16, but Netherlands just arresting this brilliant start from Scotland, and with 4 overs to go, you mentioned 250, that would be a good target to get with 4 overs to go, but such as relying, I suppose, on the man who's set there, Munsey, to get a lot more of them. Well, there's a good start. After we say that, just whips it around the corner, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, that's the switch hit that I was talking about. He actually fully changes the stance just as the ball's being delivered. He's so comfortable with both hands. Executed beautifully. He's not having a debut to remember at the moment, Clayton Floyd. He's bowled just 1 delivery of his 3rd over. He's gone for 27, and Munsey is going to love facing the left arm spin, angling into his pads. He'll look to engage the leg side this delivery, I suspect.
Done him again, but there's a man there. That's Tony Stahl, and he prevents the 4 on that particular occasion, but Munsey now just has to stay there from Scotland's point of view and just see out this innings.
Yeah, I thought just 8 deliveries ago we might be in line for not just a record partnership but also a record total. The record total in any T20I is that from that same game where Hazratullah went absolutely ballistic up in Dehradun when Afghanistan made 278 for 3 against Ireland. But it's a long way to go. They're 70 short, just over 3.5 overs left.
He didn't quite get all of that. Berrington, just a single to O'Dowd, comes in fielding from mid-wicket, and 1 more to the Scottish total. In total, we were due to play 6 games of this GS Holding T20I Tri-Series, but we got washed out yesterday, so we do have Ireland involved in this Tri-Series as well, and the Netherlands and Scotland, obviously arranged with the cancellation or postponement at least of the T20 Slam.
It's a switch hit again. It's absolutely brilliant, but it doesn't beat the fielder, John. A good diving stop from Tony Stahl at short third man. Yeah, we'll see Ireland in action tomorrow. Hopefully home crowd coming on down. Free entry throughout the week, which I think is a really good initiative from Cricket Ireland. So hopefully with better weather due for Tuesday through Friday, we'll see a few coming in through the gate.
Yeah, we're set fair for the rest of the week, and that game abandoned yesterday. No suggestion of it, but maybe the powers that be might like to maybe get that game on and maybe do a double header during the week. But this is an ICC sanctioned tournament, so they may not be the ones to sanction that. But anyway, that's another one to the Scottish total. 2-10 for 2, and we're coming towards the 2-11 for 2 now, coming to the end of the 17th over. And Floyd hasn't been too bad in this particular over. Got hit for 4 off his first delivery, but he's actually bowled quite well since the debutant. And as soon as I say that, it's a high hanging ball, and that's gone for 6 over the fielder's head there at long on. And Scotland now at the end of the 17th, 217 for 2.
What a shot this is from George Munsey. It's right into the slot from the debutant Clayton Floyd, and it's simply hammered high and handsome, miles into the deep. Over long on, soars into the sky. What a knock this is from George Munsey. One of the best I've seen in any formats of the game. He moves to 118 off 48 deliveries. And some of the striking and the sixes that we've seen from George Munsey, he looks a very special cricketer.
That's wonderful stuff. 118 off just 48 deliveries.
The Malahide Castle end, wearing shirt number 47, is Paul Van Merken.
Paul Van Merken coming back on now from the Malahide Castle end of the ground, and just getting the sense that the skies are lightening overhead, and we were promised maybe some late evening sunshine, September sunshine here in Dublin, and feeling that we're going to get it in the next while, which of course won't help the Netherlands when Scotland come to bowl. That's a good run through from Munsey. Barrington got something on that, and they call him through quickly to add 1 to their tally.
It was a good slower ball. It's actually just clocked into the stomach, so it's been signalled leg byes by umpire Alan Neal, rightly so. We've seen 13 sixes from George Munsey in this innings. We spoke about how he was 4 off just 8 deliveries. He's added 114 to that total off the next 40 that he's faced. Striking of the highest quality that would grace any stage, and Munsey is a name to watch for the future, but he's been doing it over the last 12 to 18 months for Scotland consistently. He's always had the potential. He's always been known as a real power hitter. He bats down the order in the ODI format, coming in at 5 or 6. But at the top of the order, it's the place to bat in T20 cricket. We'll see Paul Sterling do it for Ireland tomorrow. Max O'Dowd do it later for the Netherlands.
Van Meekeren continues. Just going to tickle one round the corner down to a fine leg, and that's acting classed as a leg by. Munsey started today's T20 International on a total of 559 runs and an average of 25. Well, he's certainly adding to that now. Gone past the 600 run mark and closing in on 700 in just one innings.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of a Steve Smith. His average in running is over 31 now, just mounting those up. Hazratullah Zazai has the record for the most sixes in an innings with 16.
There's a fielder down there, but won't reach that. That's a 6 as well, and it is Barrington getting in on the act. The 32-year-old round the corner. As the fielder was down there, Wayne Snyder, all he could do was watch it helplessly as it cleared the boundary.
Yeah, more errant, not only line from the Dutch bowlers, but also length. They're just continually really bowled in the slot, allowing the Scottish batsmen to get the elevation underneath the delivery. And as you said, Richie Barrington getting in on the act now. He was initially just looking to get those singles to get Munsey back onto strike, but the Dutch realise, or the Scots realise, that they've only a couple of overs left, another maximum to the total.
Tried to bounce him there, and he just handsomely turned him around the corner. I tell you, the busiest man here is the DJ. Because every time they go for a 4 or a 6 or whatever, he's got to put a tune on. So they're doing it so often, he's taking his time to actually change the music. What a shot that is.
Yeah, it was a short ball from Van Meekeren, and it followed and tailed into Barrington, but again the line was just incorrect. And The Dutch bowlers have made it too easy. We've spoken about the groundsman Philip Frost here and what an amazing job he does with the pitches up at the Malahide Cricket Ground in North County Dublin. They're always batting paradises, even if they look a little bit green at first. They're very flat, they're very true. They're a batsman's dream.
There's a man out there, but it's going to fall short. I think the DJ's run out of music. 2:30 for 2 now, coming towards the end of the 18th over. Van Meekeren's got the hammer out there. Over 50 runs against his name now, only in his 4th over. Muncie on 118 not out. Berrington on 14. Earlier we had a wonderful opening partnership of 200 between himself and Kyle Kurtzer, the Scottish captain. Michael Leask lasted 1 ball before he was out for a duck. And that's where we stand coming towards the end of the 18th over. That's a better delivery right up in the block hole, but they're going to run through for a single. And at the end of the 18th, 2:31 for 2. Welcome back. 2 overs to go then in the Scottish innings against the Netherlands. Earlier today, Peter Seelaar, the Dutch captain, won the toss, decided to bowl, and Scotland have made hay since. Berrington still there on 14 not out, offering the anchor role to George Munsey at 119 not out of just 50 deliveries, and Fred Klassen is going to bowl the penultimate over from the Dublin Road end.
Yeah, yet another record to fall here, John, because in that final over, or in the 18th over of the innings, Scotland moved past their record team T20I total, their previous highest, 221. So records are falling for fun here. With 2 massive final overs, they could get up to the all-time record.
Attempted sweep didn't quite come off. It was quite close to being a wide there, I thought, but the batsman had actually stepped across his stump, so no addition to the total.
Yeah, I think the reason that one's actually not given as a wide is he's completely changed his stance. So what the umpire has done there is he's treated the batsman as a right-hander. So before the delivery was released, he's fully changed his hands, his grip, gone the whole way around, and even though it was down the leg side for a left-hander, he's been treated as a right-hander. The end result is a dot ball.
I'll explain to Andrew Leonard, but they're going to sneak through for a leg bye there. 200 without loss is now 231, 232 for 2 in the penultimate over. Munsey 119 not out. Berrington facing now on 14. And we're going to get a full day's play. Weather set fair for the rest of the evening. There was talk about perhaps we would have a reduced match to maybe 17, 18 overs, but thankfully we're getting through our full complement.
Yeah, just bringing a quick look at the bowling figures there, and Fred Klassen's figures are looking pretty good in the context of some of the other ones. What about that Maxwell O'Dowd over? 1 over, none for 32. Van Meekeren really going the distance, none for 52, but none of those figures, perhaps with the exception of Shane Snyder and Fred Klassen, they're not going to be wanting to remember their day, the Dutch bowlers.
That's a no ball. They're still going to run through for a single. It wasn't a bad delivery right up on the block hole, and the batsman did well to dig that one out, but obviously, of course, it wouldn't have been out because it was a no ball, and it's going to be a free hit as well.
Yeah, the reason for that no ball, John, is actually the back foot. So Fred Klassen, we've spoken about it earlier in his spell, when he comes around the wicket to the right-handers, he comes especially wide, and the back foot cannot break the return crease, and exactly what it's done, really well spotted by the standing umpire David McLean. And what's going to happen with any no ball now with the change of the laws last year, it's automatically a free hit, and George Munsey's on strike.
Yeah, both of us were doing the finger in the air symbol there. That's a good ball right up on the block hole as well. They managed to dig it out and add 1 to the total, and Munsey was looking for a second one there, but it's good fielding down in the deep, and it restricts it to just a single. Ben Cooper doing the fielding on that particular occasion, and Scotland on 235 for 2 in the penultimate over.
Yeah, we've been treated to a real display of power hitting here from the Scottish batsmen, making a statement of intent for a big year of T20 cricket ahead.
There's a man down there. Oh, just for a second. They're going to go running through for 2, and that's the second misfield down there by Basta Lead. The ball just bounced awkwardly in front of him. He had to dive away goalkeeping style to his left-hand side to prevent the 4, but they run through for 2.
We're going to see yet another no ball signalled as well, and yet again it's not for the front foot, John, it's the back foot. You can see clearly being indicated and demonstrated. I'm not too sure what Fred Klassen's unhappy about, because that one wasn't even close. His foot clearly over the line. You cannot make contact with that back white line, the return crease. You can't come that wide. That's the laws of the game. Correctly umpired, correctly officiated. Another free hit coming.
Yeah, and that's white line you can see just to the left-hand side of the umpire. That's bowled, and good fielding off his own bowling as well.
Yeah, Klassen's 2 deliveries on the 2 free hits this over have been absolutely outstanding, right in the block hole, and I just wonder why we haven't seen the Dutch bowlers try to go to the block hole a bit more. Perhaps they have, they've just been missing their lengths. The problem is, if you miss your length even by a yard against the quality of Coates and George Munsey, you end up going all the way for 6.
Yeah, there was too many short balls in this game, and they have been dispatched rightfully so by the Scottish batsmen. That's again good bowling right up on the block hole. It forces the single down the ground. Peter Seeler, the Dutch captain, does the fielding down there. You mentioned that might get close to 250 here, and that's where they're headed. 239 for 2, 1 ball to come in this, the 19th over. Munsey on 121, not out. Barrington on 18. Departed batsman Kyle Kurtzer gone for 89, and Michael Leask gone for a duck. Both of those wickets falling to Shane Snyder. Last ball then, and they're claiming the caught behind. It's a long and vociferous doubt from Williams, but the umpire at this end not interested. Ends the 19th over, 239 for 2.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay. George Munsey looking for the reverse scoop, and yet again, even though that one was down the leg side, the umpire deciding because he's reversing his hands, he's not going to give that as a wide unless it maybe clipped the pad. I don't think it did, but as we hear Tainted Love and Alan Lewis dance a few moves in front of us, we've 1 over to go. We had a real treat today just to get play in this second match of the GS Holding T20 Tri-Series, but to be treated to the kind of hitting that we've seen today, John Kenny, it's been absolutely outstanding.
Snyder is the man who take the 2 wickets that have fallen so far, and he's going to bowl the last over. Scotland 239 for 2, 19 overs bowled, last over of their 20 in this T20 International here in Malahide. Scotland losing the toss. They themselves, George Kurtzer, or Kyle Kurtzer, their captain, said that they would have bowled, but Seeler, the Netherlands skipper, decided to bowl, and they've been pretty much pummeled around the ground, and that's a wide to start the opening ball of the final over from Snyder. Goes for a wide and 1 more to the tally.
Yeah, I just wondered, does Peter Seeler look to bat or to bowl first because he would rather chase it? Not so much to do with the misreading of the pitch that I was discussing with Alan Lewis earlier, but both of these sides, without doubt, batting is their strength, and perhaps the Dutch looking to use their stronger discipline second and chase down a total, but they're going to need a record chase here.
Oh, that's high in the air. Now Dowd's trying to chase that, and if he can catch this will be a good catch, but he dropped it. And it was a difficult catch running backwards, and the Scottish pair run through for 2. It was high hanging ball, long time in the air, and Dowd just couldn't get underneath it, and he dropped the catch.
Yeah, it swirled on him a little bit. He actually ended up overrunning it. He ran too far back. He made a lot of ground initially. I thought he got himself into a good position, but then he was too far away. Don't think he even got a hand on that in the end, Jam. Poor drop. Sums up the Dutch day so far.
Poor old Dowd got smacked around the ground earlier on. This time he drops one. And 2 more to the total. Barrington and Munsey still there. Munsey looks like he's going to carry his bat all the way through. That'll be some achievement.
And rather pleasingly, John, after about 9 or 10 overs of us having all sorts of differences in the scoring, the scoreboard behind us is reading the same as our graphics here, so we knew we had it right the whole way along.
Chases a wide one, but no indication given. No, it's not a wide.
They've definitely been the 2 pick of the bowlers from the Dutch perspective. Shane Snyder, the Zimbabwean born, 23-year-old young man doing a good job. Just kind of nice whippy action. Not the quickest, but some good tools. He's teamed up with Classenwell just to restrict Scotland a little bit towards the end of this innings.
There's a fielder down there. There should be an easy, simple catch in the deep, and yes, it is. And Scotland lose their third wicket. Barrington gone for 22. He had to hit out, really. Obviously, it's the last over. But a nice, simple catch down in the deep, and Scotland lose their third wicket on 244.
Yeah, Ben Cooper takes the catch again at long on. Another easy catch for him, very similar to his catch to dismiss Michael Leask. So we're going to see Oliver Hares come to the crease. And this is a young man with an interesting story. It's his rebirth as an international cricketer, really. He's on T20 international debut today. He played 5 one-day internationals all the way back in 2010. And he's found his way, forced his way back into the reckoning, really, because of a weight of runs in Scottish domestic cricket. He's had a superb season. And a special day for him, his T20 international debut. He'll be looking to, well, he'll probably be looking to just run at the non-striker's end for George Munsey with only 2 deliveries left, JK.
Yeah, he's played a couple of T20 matches, but they were Scotland A team matches against Ireland A down in Wicklow in Ireland in June of this year. Scored 15 in his last one. And this time it's a big bash 6 from Munsey. The batsman had cross, and Munsey this time puts the bowler straight over his head. What a hit, but it's not the first time he's done that today. He's 126 not out.
Yeah, one of my favourite shots of the day, though, because he's had to fetch it from outside off stump, and he's still hit it straight as a die. It's a dream shot, and it's a dream for our cameraman as well. He didn't have to move. Straight into the big retaining black sight screen here. This display from George Munsey has been nothing short of outstanding. And
250 up with 1 ball to come. You did predict it, Andrew, and you got it dead right. 250 is what they reached, then that was a big climax. And nothing at the end of it, because it's a wide ball and it's a single to the total 251 for 3 now. But Munsey has been imperious, and with 1 ball to come, looks like he's going to carry his bat right the way to this innings. Tremendous opening partnership between himself and Kyle Kurtzer. 200 and now 251 for 3. 125 not out, and the last ball to be bowled by Snyder, and that's going to be whipped away for maybe 1. Yeah, just not going to chance the second single on that arm. So that ends the innings, and Scotland, having been put into bat by the Dutch, reached 252 for 3 off their 20 overs. Top score, George Munsey, 127 not out of 56 deliveries. Hares undefeated on 0. Kurtzer made 89. Barrington chipped in with a 22. Michael Leask didn't score, but that's a big, big target and a big chase for the Netherlands when they eventually come to bat.
Yeah, what a knock from George Munsey. The best of his career, the best of any Scotsman in history. He salutes the crowd. You can see him there. Scottish fans coming over, the flags flying in the crowd. The 5th highest T20 international score in history. The 2nd highest number of 6s in a T20 international innings. 14 6s. Only 1 man has hit more than that. That's Hazratullah Zazai of Afghanistan. That was against Ireland earlier in the year in Dehradun. John, we've been treated to a real display of power hitting. Look at this batting card. It was all about not just George Munsey, but also the Scottish skipper, Kyle Coates.
Yeah, Munsey and Coates opened the batting, took him to 200. Leask was in for just the 1 delivery. Caught Cooper bowled Snyder. Snyder was on a hat-trick at that particular juncture. Barrington came in, chipped in with a nice 22 from 16 deliveries, and Ollie Hares was the man not out without facing, made 0.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bowling figures, because these are not going to make pretty reading if you're a Dutch fan. Clayton Floyd on T20 international debut, 3 overs, none for 37. The 2 standouts for me, Fred Klassen, 4 overs, none for 35, and Shane Snyder, the only man to get any wickets, JK. He took 3 for 42, but what about Max O'Dowd?
Yeah, I was just going to refer to that. 4 6s and 2 4s against him in that 1 over, and he dropped 1 as well. Not the best day for so far for Max O'Dowd, but the Netherlands, having won the toss, will be disappointed. Here's the match summary. Scotland then, at the end of their 20 overs, have made 252 for 3. 253 for victory. And the run rate is just over 12, nearly 13. And we'll be back very shortly with the Netherlands reply.
Holding T20 International Series match between Scotland and the Netherlands. And if you are just joining us, perhaps you're just finishing your day of work or logging on for the first time, you have missed fireworks from George Munsey and Kyle Coates. George Munsey making a Scottish record of 127 not out of 56 deliveries with 14 sixes. Andrew Leonard here. I'm joined by the former Irish international captain Alan Lewis. Alan, try and describe that innings for us.
Well, it was extraordinary because he was 4 off 8 at the beginning. You've got to remember that. So 127 from 56 with 13 sixes and one bigger than the next. He just got going and it was non-stop. Wonderful innings, and of course his experienced partner Coates, and you can see there the partnership, magnificent. Coates 89 from 50. Obviously Michael Leask, very difficult coming in at 3 after that. But
just the third partnership of 200 or more in the history of T20 international cricket. For a while it looked like the record might have fallen. I think I might have put the jinx in them. I put a tweet out saying, are we going to see a world record live on air here? And shortly after, the wicket fell for 200. And one of those sixes from from George Munsey, nearly taking us out in the commentary box, Alan.
Well, you were getting very nervous as it ventured towards the commentary box. There was a lot of head ducking going on. But of course, that's the nature of T20 cricket. And it's going to be very interesting to see how the Dutch go about this. Often, as I said earlier on commentary, Andrew, there's a lot of misreading of this pitch in Malahide. Bill Frost has produced some absolute belters. It's a feast of runs here at Malahide. So I'll be very interested to see this Vizaya.
A lovely moment just on your screen there. The two centurions in the history of Scottish T20 international cricket. Richie Barrington going up to his pal George Munsey, giving him a slap on the back and a high five. The two men were on your screen there who both made a century. Richie Barrington's coming a long time ago, 100 against Bangladesh in The Hague in the Tri-Series there. But for Scotland, it's going to be their leader of the attack, their linchpin of their seam attack, Safian Sharif, to open from the Malahide Castle end. And to open the batting for the Dutch, we're going to have Tobias Visay, an incredibly exciting striker of the ball. If you think about a right-handed George Munsey, that's what we've got on screen. He'll be opening the batting with Max O'Dowd. Here we go for the chase. We're going to have runs to start with, but those runs are going to come off the pad down towards fine leg. Picked up by Michael Leask, so just a leg by signalled to get the account underway.
Well, of course, my last memory of Sharif was that extraordinary last over completed in the beating of England, top of the ODI tray. Fantastic victory by Scotland, and their limited over format, they've just gone from strength to strength. And interestingly too, starting with a slip, which of course was something the Dutch didn't do, opened with spin.
Going to be the first runs off the bat coming from Max O'Dowd. Short ball into the pitch, and we've seen a little bit of that throughout the day. Strain in line, 4 runs all the way.
That's just tailing into O'Dowd there, and he really just helped it on his way. And again, interestingly, Scotland, Sharif bringing fine leg into the circle, which he hadn't done for the first delivery of the day.
Off the edge, but short after it deflects off the pad, and the throw coming in from slip. Good aggression from Scotland. How iconic was that moment? Safian Sharif, I think it was Mark Woody, struck on the front toe, sent the Grange into raptures. It was really, you spoke about Ireland beating England all the time, we do, Kevin O'Brien, but it was their iconic cricketing moment.
Well, it was funny, I was watching that particular match down in the hills. Everyone was glued to the screen, and it has to be said that everyone in the room was up. It was absolutely plumb Mark Wood, and a fantastic victory for Scottish cricket.
Edged, and it's going to beat the sprawling dive of the keeper. That's Wallace with the gloves on. Big job for Mark Watt in the deep. They'll come back for 2. Interesting change for Scotland as well, because Craig Wallace has the gloves on, replacing the usual gloveman Matthew Cross, perhaps looking to experiment building up to the T20 World Cup qualifier.
Well, you can understand that, Andrew. If you're going to experiment, this is the time to do it. This series, of course, ideal preparation for the qualifiers, which take place in the UAE, of course, and these two pitched against one another in their group.
Yeah, these are two sides that know each other very well, and in fact, you'd argue probably the two form dominant sides in associate cricket. Netherlands, of course, advancing to the 13-team ODI Cricket World Cup Super League by winning the final ICC World Cricket League Championship, but also these two sides at this very venue 4 years ago were in the final of the World T20 qualifier. That game was washed out, they shared the trophy, but you'd have to say the two best sides outside the Test world?
Oh, without a doubt. But again, it's a format of the game that's bringing more and more teams into contention. You and I have deliberated long and hard about who may or may not qualify, and we're racking our brains. Obviously, there's lots of different things that have happened in the meantime. Teams like Zimbabwe in a little bit of disarray, really.
Yeah, and Zimbabwe aren't going to be in that qualifier, Alan. 14 teams are going to compete for 6 places at the T20 World Cup, which is going to be held in Australia next year. That qualifier is in a month's time in the UAE. And as you said, if you look at that Group A, Scotland and the Netherlands, the two form teams, Scotland ranked the best of the sides of the 14 that are going there, and they'll have to duke it out against Netherlands, Papua New Guinea, Namibia, Singapore, Kenya, and the surprise packages, Bermuda, who got past UAE or USA in the American qualifier.
And of course, you indeed have a lot of familiarity with the USA side, and Bermuda indeed beating them. In fact, probably you've seen a lot more of these teams, Andrew. You've been globe-trotting around the world, as we know. So it'll be a very interesting qualifier.
Yeah, keep an eye on that Namibian side. Seriously powerful hitters. Ali Evans to open the bowling, and he's got a wicket first ball with a brilliant catch. He's a tall man. He got down sharply to his right. He got 2 hands to it. That was the key, Alan Lewis. What a catch. Scotland on fire in Malahide.
That's a fantastic catch by Ali Evans. Very difficult in your follow through, and you can see what it means to him. Fantastic piece of cricket. And Scotland really on top here. Wickets early. Visay.
He's a tall man, Ali Evans. Sorry, Alan. 6'5". He's got down sharply to his right there. Tobias Visay hits a hard ball that was struck powerfully back to him. And what a catch that was. He got down quickly, clung on with both hands, and that was really the key to the dismissal.
Well, I don't know what they're feeding them in Scotland at the moment. We have Adrian Neil, of course, 6'9".
Yeah, he's going to give Boyd Rankin a run for his money as the tallest of the tournament. Ben Cooper, the new man, in at number 3. Another tall man, 6'5", Ben Cooper. The brother of Tom, of course, the South Australian veteran who's played quite a bit for the Netherlands. And there was some talk, can they tempt Tom Cooper back to the Dutch side for the qualifier? But I suppose his South Australian Big Bash commitments preventing that. We might see him at the T20 World Cup itself next year in Australia. Who knows?
And he had a good Big Bash at that, did Tom Cooper. Played very well.
It's a lovely shot to start with from Ben Cooper, but it can't pierce the infield. Well fielded by George Munsey.
Interesting too here, Andrew, that the Netherlands, of course, started with spin. No such thinking from Scotland. 2 vastly experienced seamer, Evans, Sharif. And they're doing a good job so far for their team.
Quick single for Cooper will get him off the mark. He's a real hit-the-pitch bowler, Ali Evans. He comes in and he just tries to hit the deck, not allow any elevation to be got under the ball if he can. That's a Scotland playing 11. We think about their bowling options. You'll see the off-spin of Michael Leask, but crucially, and probably their most important bowler, Mark Watt, with his left-arm spin.
Yeah, bowls with great variety. Mark Watt uses the width of the crease, uses the length of the crease, often bowls nearly from just adjacent to the umpire, mixes it up. Very, very clever bowler, Mark Watt.
See again, Ali Evans, clever bowling, hitting the pitch, not allowing any room for manoeuvre. That's going to end. It's not going to end the over. There's 2 balls to go, Alan. I'm getting awfully excited with all the action we've had so far. But the Dutch already behind the 8 ball in this chase.
No doubt about that. 12.6 was the required rate before we started, and that's going to start increasing rapidly as time moves on.
Short ball pulled into the deep. There's a man out there. He settles under it. And he takes the catch. The second wicket, 2 in the over for Ali Evans. Brilliant bowling from him. Ben Cooper couldn't resist. He's been taken in the deep. A comfortable catch. 2 wickets. Down for the Netherlands.
Yeah, very straightforward catch there. Out in the deep. And really now the Netherlands in big trouble. Cooper gone. And they'll be desperately disappointed. But one man who won't be disappointed, that's Alan Evans. He's done a fantastic job so far. And again, interestingly, Andrew, we were talking earlier. I was talking with Roland Lefebvre. It was during the Scottish innings. Klassen, his last 2 overs, bowled probably about 10 out of 12 Yorkers, only went for 7 in 2 overs. And we were just talking about this ability of just bowling back of a length, bowling as straight as you can, and it can reap its rewards. Cross-batted shots spliced a bit, Cooper gone, and a relatively straightforward and easy catch in the deep.
Yeah, really well held by Michael Leask. It was up there for an awfully long time.
I think it was perhaps another feature, and again, I don't know what your thoughts are, Andrew, but just the Netherlands look sluggish in the field. I know it's not easy when the ball's going to all parts, but they were just...
O'Dowd wants a quick single, and good athletic fielding from Ali Evans can't prevent it. So that's going to end the second over. 2 wickets in it. It's 10 for 2. So we saw fireworks from the off with the bat for Scotland, and we've seen fireworks from the very start with the ball as well, because Alistair Evans has taken 2 wickets in the over. A big tall seamer with a mop of red hair in him, and that looks like a very satisfying walk down towards third man for Alistair Evans. He gets a big clap from his teammates.
Don't know whether he's limping a bit there as he comes down to the congratulations of the physio, who seems to be having an eagle eye on Ali Evans. And of course we've got a change of bowling now. Again, a feature of T20 cricket. 1 over Sharif, thank you very much, and gone. And Adrian Neil into the attack.
Yeah, we spoke about the height and the presence that Adrian Neil brings to this attack. It's very much like what Boyd Rankin does for Ireland, and similar actions in many ways. Comes in, looks a strong action. Another bowler who's looking to hit the deck hard.
Yeah, and it's one of the things, it's picking up length from bowlers of this height. And often, you know, where perhaps the mistakes are made is they just bowl that wee bit too short, whereas they have a distinct advantage that just getting that bowl a little bit fuller.
Beautifully bowled. It's really good. It's a good hard length from Neil. And you can see the graphics at the bottom of your screen just updating, Alan. What do you do as a chasing team here? You need 242 more to win. That's already 13.7 and over required.
I think you get the white hanky out of your pocket and you start waving it in the air, Andrew. That's what you do. I don't know, you know, it's quite funny in these sorts of games. Do you set a target for yourself of something more realistic? Because they're not going to get this total, one would imagine, unless I end up as commentator's curse, but I can't imagine so.
Nice shot from the Dutch captain, Peter Seelaar. He gets off the mark with a pull shot into the deep. And we were talking a little bit in the first innings about how Peter Seelaar, who started his career out as a number 11 batsman who bowled left arm spin, has worked his way up the order. He's become so integral to this batting unit now. He's even in at number 4.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You've got, you know, various cricketers around the world that have done different things. Mark Richardson in New Zealand, Kyle McCallan, one of our own, who... That's a very good shot.
Maxwell O'Dowd, straight down the ground. He's been in sensational form for the Dutch this summer so far, and that's the shot of the Dutch innings.
No doubt about that. And Neil will be a little bit disappointed with that. Too full. And Max O'Dowd didn't need any second invitation there. Whacked straight back past him for 4.
And that brings up 400 runs in 2019 so far for Max O'Dowd. He's been in really good touch with the bat talk a little bit to you about the Dutch summer so far now. They had a really good series against Zimbabwe. They beat them 2-0 in the ODIs, and they very nearly beat them 2-0 in the T20Is, but it was a shared series because of a super over. Spoken about these this year. But then they went on with a much more experimental side against the UAE, gave a lot of debuts to young lads, and they lost that series 4-0. Very tight margins in those 4 games, but they did lose 4-0 to the Emiratis.
Well, I think again that's probably the experience of Ryan Campbell. You can't go on, as we've kind of talked about, in the Irish setup with the same team all the time. And again, it's going to be quite interesting tomorrow to see a very exciting young new lineup playing in Irish colours. And again, Adrian Neal back in a good length there. And that's the type of length that's most difficult. Anything quite straight, you show that extra bounce, you catch the splice of the bat.
Yeah, that ends the third over. A good one, just 7 runs coming from it. Netherlands 17 for 2, and absolutely miles behind that required rate at the moment. 253 they need here today. Surely the Dutch are going to be... They've utilised this summer to blood this new talent because of their entry into the Cricket World Cup Super League, which will come up. They'll get 8 series, 4 home, 4 away over the next 2.5 years, and that pathway to qualify to the 2023 Cricket World Cup.
Well, I think another feature of Dutch cricket, you can see there's quite a number of overseas players that see opportunity to play international cricket, and as you say, Andrew, in that 13 teams that do it. And obviously there's a number of South African players, Santner, a Zimbabwean, that see opportunities to play international cricket. And of course we've had that shift from that such good player in Hong Kong over to India.
Ansa Munrath. Skied into the air. Could be a chance, but it's going to drop directly in between the 2 fielders who are gathering underneath it. Michael Leakes, a brilliant throw in, and he's run him out. Out by miles. Maxwell O'Dowd was slow and turning for the second. Perfect pinpoint throw over the stumps to Wallace. Whips off the bails. No need for the third umpire there. That one's gone.
Absolutely not. I don't know what Max O'Dowd was doing there. It just seemed incredibly sluggish, and perhaps it's just testament to how they've played today that Salar just absolutely perplexed as to what one of his leading run scorers has done. Extraordinary decision that, because he was fortunate obviously not to be caught. But a great piece of work by Leask, very accurate throw, and that's 3 down now for the Netherlands, and it's been a solid day so far for them.
Yeah, almost everything that could have gone wrong for the Dutch really has, and that absolutely encapsulated their day, because it was always 2 runs there. I'm not sure if perhaps Maxwell O'Dowd just slipped as he was turning. Certainly didn't run the first one very fast, but what a piece of fielding from Michael Leask. He picks up the ball cleanly, and that was a flat laser throw over the top to Wallace.
The only thing I can think, Andrew, was that, and again, you hit a ball so high like that, there's an air of anxiety. Will you be caught? You amble one thinking, you know, maybe it's going to be caught, maybe it's not, it wasn't, and you just a moment of indecision. Extraordinary, but a great piece of work from Leask.
And also good captaincy from Kyle Coetzer as well, because what we saw from the Dutch captain Peter Seeler was almost a very immediate want to change the bowlers, but he's kept Ali Evans on. It's easy, I suppose, when you have 2 wickets in the over. Keep him on, get more reward.
Well, again, you know, even from early on, I thought some of the fields very strange. And it's interesting looking at here, Scotland 2 slips, attacking, very orthodox, good thinking from Scotland, right on top here, and they'll be looking to go for the jugular.
Short ball again from Evans, pulled directly to Michael Leask, and the Dutch will know there's no 2 to him. New batsman in at number 5 for the Netherlands is Bas de Leede. I want to take you back to the first ball of the entire match today, Alan, because the Dutch decided to open with spin. You spoke about some strange fields and the captain maybe not getting it right. The first ball was edged straight to first slip, but he wasn't in place, and it ran away for 4.
Well, it was quite interesting because we spoke about that on commentary. The minute I saw 5 in the leg side, I wondered what was going on.
And obviously it's easier when you've 250 odd on the board, but 2 slips in place, aggression from the bowlers. It's a completely different ball game from a Scottish perspective.
Well, you and I know your greatest run saver is wickets, and really now from here, you've got to be saying from the Netherlands' point of view, it's damage limitation, and they'll be looking to someone like Baz de Leede, someone who's come into the side, young player, of course, son of Tim, who is glued to his screen in downtown Holland.
It's a really, really good over from Alistair Evans. A wicket coming in it. It's a run out. Ends the 4th over. The Dutch are 20 for 3. Four overs gone. Netherlands innings already in tatters. 20 for 3. They're chasing the record Scottish T20 international total of their time as a T20 international side of 252 they made earlier. Kyle Coates making a superb 80. The star of the show was George Munsey. 127. 14 sixes, Alan Lewis.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But I'm going to go back to the bowling here. Just mention it here in a minute for our viewers. And again, this is the reason. Adrian Neil, back of a length, but you can see slip. Two other fielders backward a square. Excellent work from Scotland. Good plans. And only 3 on the leg side. Deep square leg and fine leg as the two outfielders, of course, in this power play. Wide mid-on. Very clever play from Scotland.
Beautifully bowled. They've just hit such better lengths. Really got something out of the pitch. It's been a good cricket wicket, there's no doubt. But what about a word for the new Scottish head coach as well, Shane Berger, the former KwaZulu-Natal head coach down in South Africa, one of the franchises there. He came in to replace Grant Bradburn. This is his first T20 international in charge. They've only been playing ODIs this summer so far. What a start for him.
What does he say to the lads after this?
The only way is down. Shot. That's glorious. Really good technical cricket shot from Peter Seeler off the back foot. And one of the most pleasing strokes of the day is going to run away for 4.
Well, that's a beautiful shot. It really is one of the most difficult shots in cricket. Lovely balance here, you'll see. Head position superb and beautifully through the ball. Wide of extra cover for 4.
Yeah, Shane Berger, the new Scottish head coach, has come in to replace Grant Bradburn, who got the opportunity to go work with Pakistan as part of their coaching setup. Played 91 first-class games himself down in South Africa. Short ball pulled into the deep by Seeler. It'll just be a single. But he seems to have made a real impact with his Scottish side coming in. You're always keen to impress a new coach when you're part of the setup.
Well, I think the bit you've got to look to before is it was Grant Bradburn, should I say, who really kind of shaped how Scotland were going to play, and they just kept improving year upon year upon year and developed themselves into an incredibly useful one-day side. And of course, extraordinarily, they didn't make the World Cup, which they certainly should have as the form side in the tournament. That tournament in Zimbabwe, cruelly left out due to weather.
I think a special word as well from Malcolm Cannon, the outgoing CEO of Cricket Scotland. His last day was just a couple of days ago, moving on to new opportunities, but he made a real impact in the role in the 3 or 4 years that he was involved. And that heartbreak of not making the Cricket World Cup on their home island, it would have been just down the border from them in England. They were robbed by the weather in Zimbabwe. Good pace from Neil. Sharpens up young Baz de Leede, just 19 years old. But they've bounced back so well from that, Scotland. The heartbreak of that can't have been easy to take, but to come back and beat England last summer and now start to shine in the T20 format, really impressive. 25 for 3 after 5 overs.
Well, of course, the other thing, Andrew, was the heartbreak of DRS. There was no DRS down in Zimbabwe, and of course, Bebbington was adjudged LBW, which of course knocked them out by a run on Duckworth Lewis. And extraordinary, really, that Afghanistan made that tournament having lost their first 3 games, and West Indies fortunate in the end to make it at all. But Scotland the ones to lose out. But they came back and extraordinarily galvanised themselves in that wonderful game against England, where they played so well. Wonderful occasion, and again it just proves, you know, the power of associate cricket, and you know how important it is to keep it developing, keep the messages the right way, opportunities for these players.
I suppose just to build on that as well, Alan, the depth in associate cricket, there's no doubt that it's never ever been stronger. We're going to go to a qualifier here with 14 countries playing out for 6 places. Can't name the 6. It's perhaps Scotland and Netherlands favourites, maybe Ireland in the mix, but realistically there's none of those 14 that you could rule out.
Well, I think sometimes as well the hardest thing in T20 cricket is you can have a bad day at the office, and you don't know when that might be. A lot easier to recover in 50 over cricket.
Evans continuing to dig it into the pitch. He had another short ball, and Michael Leask really being kept busy out at deep square leg. They look busy, they look energised in the field. Scotland looks like a completely different outfit to the Dutch one we saw in the first innings in the field.
Well, you can clearly see, Andrew, they have a plan. They've bowled with a plan. There's been very little width on offer so far. Everything's on or about off stump, which is something that we spoke about earlier that seems sometimes to have been lost in this array of having to do different things when often you don't.
Carved away the first time he's offered any width outside the off stump, and that's a glorious strike from Peter Seeler. It's going to be a boundary 4. Just straying in line that time, Evans. A little bit too short as well, probably, Alan.
Yeah, he just cleared his left leg a bit and just swatted that over extra cover, really. Reminds me of one of your shots, Len.
A glorious strike from the Dutch captain, Peter Seeler. You can see body language doesn't look too happy right now. It's been a very difficult day for him.
Well, again, that's probably the one wideish delivery we've seen so far.
Hit into the offside, but straight to the man at mid-off. Half a fumble from the big tall man, Adrian Neil. Gets away with it, just a dot ball. Scotland
will be very satisfied with where they are at the moment. You go to that right-hand side of your column. Run rate required now 15.67. And it's rising nearly in double digits with every ball that's bowled.
Short ball again, cut, but straight to the man who feels well to prevent the boundary. 6 overs gone. Netherlands are 31 for 3. That ends the power play, and not just the Scots in the ascendancy. They are in about a dominant position as you can imagine in a T20 international, and they're just going to turn the knife now, twist the knife even, with the spin of Mark Watt coming into the attack. He'll come left arm around the wicket to Baz Delede.
Well, of course, again, we go back to that England game, and really it was Mark Watt's spell in the middle of that match that was a game changer, really. Bowled with great skill and variety. And again, left arm spin is about angles, it's about different things. Doesn't have to be too different, but he's a very clever bowler, Mark Watt.
He comes wide of the crease, very wide of the crease to the right-handers when he comes around the wicket, as he will here. I just want to talk a little bit about that return crease, Alan, because maybe some of our viewers will be watching and saying, well, why is that one not a no ball? Because it's the back foot for the return crease, the side crease, whereas for the front line, it's the front foot.
Very true. And it is actually quite difficult for an umpire, that, because again, when Klassen was bowling earlier on, he was actually entering from outside that wide line. Extraordinary.
And it's all happening up here in Malahide because we've just had a dog come into the commentary box. He's loose and he's being chased out of here, enjoying his afternoon. As Delede, in fact, Seelar hits that one down the ground for a single.
It's the quickest I've seen our managing director, Heatley Tector, move, getting rid of that dog out of the tent.
I think he's enjoying his day up in the Malahide beautiful grounds that they are here at the cricket club with the Demesne and Castle behind us. Beautifully bowled. You can see the way Watt just varies his pace as well. He's a very clever bowler.
Again, he gives nothing away. He bowls stump to stump, which again is the other big secret. Any spinner, no width at all.
2 left-arm spinners in the squad today. Hamza Tahir, the other one, he's not in the playing 11. But he's had an incredible start to his ODI career. 10 wickets he took in his first 3 ODIs, including a match-winning 5 for 38 against Oman in that new ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. That's the step below the top 13 that the Dutch and the Irish sides are in. Hit into the offside. It's going to be a boundary 4. You wouldn't think the Scots are the lowest ranked of the 3 sides here because they're right on top, but that was a really good shot from the Dutch captain, Peter Seeler.
Very good shot. Again, just wide of extra cover. Placement's so important. And excellent shot. So, a paltry 38 after 7 overs. Extraordinary to think that Scotland at the same juncture were in the 70s at this point.
Yeah, let's take a little quick look at the match summary. Because earlier on, if you are just joining us, Scotland managed to make a quite remarkable 252 for 3 from their 20 overs, driven by George Munsey and Kyle Coates. And Kyle Coates, the Scottish captain, is just keeping things simple. He's getting through the power play with his seamers. Power play's done. 5 fielders allowed out. Let's get my 2 spinners on. Michael Leakes, with his off breaks, will come on from the Dublin Road end now.
Well, very clever that indeed, particularly on a pitch that was undercover for 24 hours. Well, that's a lovely shot there. Reversed sweep from Delita. First ball. Clever tactic. Go after that first delivery of the over. Try and unsettle Leask.
Yeah, and can he bring about a change in the field? That was a really good shot. He's manipulated the ball onto the offside and he has brought about a change in the field. The man at cover is going to come behind square on the offside. Kyle Coates, the captain himself, will go backward point. Good batting from the 19-year-old. Down the track and he hammers him all the way for 6. Baz Delita showing that he's coming to play and make his stamp on this GS Holding T20 Tri-Series, the first maximum of the innings.
Well, he used his feet very, very well there, waiting until the last minute. Great follow through there from Baz Delita. And that'll make father happy looking at home. Lovely shot from Baz, that.
And this is the first time we've seen the Dutch batsmen take the aggressive route towards the Scottish bowlers. 10 runs in 2 deliveries. I'm going to see Michael Leask come around the wicket now. Delita opens up his stance. Drags it down, but not possible to get any elevation under that. They're going to look for 2. Safian Sharif does the fielding. Not as good a throw as Michael Leask himself earlier.
No,
so they get back for 2.
That was good running. And Baz Delita pushed his partner, ran the first one incredibly quickly. And Sharif on the boundary there, a little bit slow to it. And Delita recognised that. Good batting from Delita. And again, that's good work from him. He's busy at the crease, which is the most important thing against spin.
Yeah, brings the 50 up for the Netherlands. Last delivery inside the 8th over. Baz Delita's on the MCC Young Cricketers ground staff, and what a great experience that must be at Lord's. Get to use all the facilities there. You push the covers on and off during the test match and going around the counties and play against their second 11s. So really good experience for a 19-year-old.
Absolutely great experience, of course.
Quick single and a little bit of a fumble in a misfield. That's going to end the 8th over. The most expensive one of the innings. 14 runs coming from it. It's 52 for 3. So after 8 overs, I'll hand over now to John Kenny, who'll be continued to be joined by Alan Lewis.
A bit more subdued now, John, eh?
Yeah, we were watching the Scotland innings. They were biffing the ball all over the place. This is much more circumspect from the Netherlands. 201 runs they require, but the run rate's quite significant now. And continuing the bowling is Mark Watt from the Malahide Road end. It's a nice push shot down the ground from Peter Seelar, but just be the single. It's not what they need. They need to get boundaries, and we saw in the Scottish innings, Munsey and Kurtzer were bashing the ball to every part of this Malahide ground.
Yeah, there was some phenomenal hitting earlier on by that pair. Very, very experienced. And Mark Watt, equally experienced. He has a habit of doing that. Whether he gets himself in a fix or it's just something to disrupt the mindset of the batsman. And again, bowls you see there from behind the crease, John. You'll see that this is again another tactic he does very well. Really playing mind games with the batsman. Clever, clever bowling from Mark Watt.
Next of Lancashire, now Derbyshire, in his 27th T20 for Scotland. That's nicely worked into the leg side by Bash the leader, but it's just a single to add to their total. 53 for 3, wickets to fall. O'Dowd for 14. Vise the first one out for naught, and Ben Cooper for just a single. 54 for 3 now, make that 55 for 3 as the captain adds one to the tally, but it's with every ball they're falling further and further behind the rate. 17.3 now.
I've liked Baz Delita's busyness at the crease. Peter Seelar really looking to just biff the ball a wee bit. A bit more culture with how Baz Delita plays. Quick between the wickets, busy with energy.
Well, it was a quick single there because that ball went straight through Adrian Neal, fielding it short, fine leg. But they scampered quickly through for a single. Seelar on 20, Delita on 19, and that's gone for the big 6. Super shot down the ground, and that's the kind of hitting that they need if they're going to get close to this total. 253 needed for victory. It's a long way off, but that's a fine, fine shot.
Well, you're always disappointed as a bowler when your final delivery of an over goes for 6. He bowled 2 very good overs, doing a little bit of damage to Mark Watt's figures. Now 17 off his 2 overs, as the Netherlands advance to 62 for 3 now.
End of 9, we're going to have a change of bowling again. Rishi Barrington's coming on from the Dublin Road end. Barrington has scored 22 off 16 in the Scottish innings, 32-year-old, in his 50th T20 international. 18 wickets, a best of 3 for 22. And like a lot of these Scottish players, their debut was against Ireland. That was in Belfast back in 2018. And has also played in the Canadian T20 League for the Edmonton Royals. So plenty of T20 experience for Barrington, and will be crucial, one of their crucial players in the World T20 qualifiers. And the call of a catch, and what a catch it is too. Running catch as well, diving Callum McLeod to take the wicket there. Beautiful catch. That's a difficult one to do, diving forward like that. And Holland, or the Netherlands, have lost their 4th wicket.
This is a fantastic catch, diving forward, inches from the ground, but more importantly, John, ensuring that his elbows were extended to make sure that that jar that often sees catches dropped. And it's a skill you've got to practice. And Callum McLeod, that is a brilliant catch.
So Baz Delita departs for 19, 4th wicket down, and they're only in the 10th over. 62 for 4, and the new batsman is Scott Edwards, the wicket-keeper, 23-year-old, another one to make his debut against Ireland back in 2018. Born in Tonga, grew up in Australia, qualifies for the Netherlands through his Dutch grandmother, and holds dual citizenship. It's his 14th T20 international, but his team are in a real hole here.
They certainly are that now. John, 62 for 4 now. The Netherlands. And we're into the 10th over, and a very, very efficient performance this from Scotland so far. In all departments, they just seem to be tactically ahead of their opponents, Some very clever field placing, clever use of the bowling, and doing extremely well.
This is match 2 of this GS Holding T20I Tri-Series here in Malahide. Ireland, Netherlands yesterday was abandoned without a ball being bowled because of the heavy persistent rain. We got some rain this morning as well, so a delayed start to this one. We're going to get the full 40 overs in. Tomorrow, Tuesday, Ireland will play Scotland. Also these games in Malahide. Wednesday it's Ireland again against Netherlands. And Scotland against Netherlands on Thursday, and we wrap things up with Ireland and Scotland on Friday here again in Malahide. Barrington to continue.
And the good part about the remainder of the week, John, the weather, nice high pressure coming in. I think we're going to be blessed with some more typically favourable September weather.
You and I were chatting before the game about that Ireland-Netherlands match being called off, and you suggested perhaps they could think about maybe a double header here. There's a man down there, and it's going to drop short of Sharif and just 1 to the total. What do you think about a possible double header? I know it hasn't really been discussed at a higher level. It's just something we were chatting about.
Well, I think all the teams would want to ensure they get their full complement, and why not? You know, the ground is here. They can be ready. The forecast is set fair. Perhaps 11:30 and 3:30 for some double headers would be fantastic.
That's a good ball from Barrington, right up in the block hole, but they're able to dig it out. And 1 to the total to Edwards.
It was quite interesting, actually, on that point. John, I was talking to Roland Lefebvre earlier when we were at the ground. And again, this preciousness of modern day international cricket. He thought we might have played an hour before they actually decided to start this game. So it just gives you an indication of kind of where the game has gone. But maybe there could be some flexibility. Who knows?
Despairing dive, but Sharif is going to cut off the 4. They're going to run through for 2 at the end of 10 overs. Then the Netherlands have advanced to 68 for 4. Well, if you want to get the comparison between what Scotland were doing in their innings and the Netherlands 68 for 4. Scotland were 116 without loss. So the run rate just creeps up. It creeps up, barrels ahead. 18.5 per over is what they need in the last 10 overs to get to that total of 253 for victory here. 185 runs is what Netherlands need. But at this stage, it's very much in Scotland's favour, with Netherlands having 4 down for just 68 runs at the end of 10.
So Sharif, John, back into the attack. Vast experience, bowls a lot of the depth for Scotland. Has that ability to get some reverse swing going. But no need for that right now, with the Netherlands in all sorts of trouble in this match.
Safi Sharif in his 33rd T20, as you mentioned, plenty of experience. The best of 4 for 24. Also played for Edmonton Royals in the Canadian T20 League and would have played for Glasgow Giants in the T20 Slam had that competition gone ahead this year. Hopefully it'll all be okay and all right on the night next year and get the Euro T20 Slam on. A lot of these players would have been hoping to play for the various franchises. Didn't quite work out this time due to logistical problems, but this is where we're playing this GS Holding T20I Tri-Series as a replacement. Gives these teams a chance to bat ahead of those qualifiers. Good stop by Barrington. Cut away. Left-handed dive. Prevents the 4. Just a single to the Dutch total.
And that's another marked distance. Marked difference between the two teams. Barrington alive there, moving brilliantly to his left. That was hit extremely hard. Great piece of fielding. Saving another 3 runs for his team. And you count these up, John. When you're doing these types of things, you're looking at different players. That'll be marked down by the coaching staff. Let me tell you, that puts another 3 to Barrington's total. And they weigh up what he's done or what he hasn't done. But these are the sorts of things that are remembered when you're playing these one-day games.
Scotland were liking what they saw with this pitch, but Scottish bowling has been pretty good, pretty tight, pretty consistent, good line and length. Sharif in particular has bowled extremely well, and the Dutch duo of Seeler and Edwards just can't force it away at this particular juncture. Edwards 4 deliveries, Seeler still there on 31 not out.
Well, I think the big difference, John, is they're bowling the ball into the pitch. They're hitting the pitch hard. They're bowling a very consistent, tight line on the stumps, forcing cross-batted shots like that, again spliced into the outfield, and they just seem to have far better plans. Netherlands were very much off colour in all departments, it has to be said, and obviously there was some thunderous batting by Muncy and Coetzee, but there didn't appear to be a plan to me, and the only man really that did that was Freddie Klassen. When he came back for his second spell, probably bowled about 10 of the 12 deliveries he bowled were Yorkers, and that spell of 2 overs went for 7 runs.
Good bowling with Sharif again, but that's whipped away around the corner. It's going to go all the way for 4. Much needed boundary for the Netherlands. Takes them to 76 for 4 now, and Edwards goes on to 8.
Yeah, still taken from probably about middle stump there, John, so probably the bowler, whilst a little bit disappointed, won't be that concerned. Wasn't a terribly bad delivery, just a little bit into the pads.
Last ball then of the 11th over. Edwards facing on 8, Seeler at the other end on 32 not out. It's probably a wide, yeah, down the leg side. Just bent his back. Sharif just trying to get an extra bit of pace, but not on line. And that's a wide ball.
Of which there hasn't been many. That was another feature of the Netherlands bowling. 3 no balls, 7 wides. Those types of extra balls, they're so dangerous. Obviously, every team looking to keep those to a minimum, particularly stepping over the front line, John.
Yeah, I thought Sharif was a little unlucky there, actually, in replay. This time the ball is whipped away to the leg side. The fielder out there won't be able to cut that one out. So to end the 11th over, the Netherlands add 4 to their tally. They're on to 81 for 4.
And that is a bad ball. Just sat up and got the treatment it absolutely deserved. Fielder out there at deep backward square had no chance in cutting that off. So that's 11 gone. Netherlands now 81 for 4. The run rate is almost up to 20 now, John. So not good really for the Netherlands. It's going to be a very, very tough ask here. A mammoth total set by Scotland. Dominated, of course, by Coetzee and Muncy. Muncy finishing with 127 not out. He clubbed 13 sixes. Extraordinary innings. Fantastic innings by him.
Well, there's one difference really between these two squads we're seeing here today. From Scotland's point of view, this is the team, or this is the squad that will be playing in the T20 qualifiers. All bar Josh Davey, who won't feature in this Tri-Series, instead joins the team in the World Cup qualifier squad, while the Dutch's Barrington bowls again. It's going to be 1. There's a man down there. Oh, he's going to fumble, so that 1 turns into 2. But the Dutch have already named their squad, and a lot of these players are actually here in Dublin today. The likes of Clayton Floyd is not involved in that squad, so they're giving youth a chance in this T20 series, while Scotland are taking it, well, of course the Dutch are taking it seriously, but they're using this as a good warm-up for their squad. Just be a single, good shot for 1 run.
It's an interesting thing too, the angles. Difficult ground to defend. Niall O'Brien, of course, would have been on commentary with us quite a few times, and that was one thing he said as a player, just that identity of where you are. But Scotland have worked that out quite quickly. They've got those deep fielders straight. They have them pretty straight, and that's the right thing to do. Barrington
digs one in, doesn't get up very high. And the wicketkeeper Scott Edwards tries to paddle one round the corner. That's hit him in the helmet, and as is the custom now, straight away the umpire at this end, David McLean, calls on the physio.
In boxing terms, John, that would be a jab. I'm sure he's just going to fix his helmet. Berrington would really be bowling baby bouncers, it would have to be said, but whether I don't know whether
He bowled that at his feet, didn't he?
whether it's mandatory or otherwise. Okay, they're having a little check, glass of water, everything's okay. Crikey, when you think of that Ashes Test Series and Jofra Archer hitting Steve Smith, Labuschagne at 96 miles an hour.
Put him out of a game too.
Well, of course, Steve Smith, but Labuschagne really coming on, of course, as the first concussion substitute and taking his chance. Batted absolutely fantastically well in that series. Was great to watch. Someone with that bit of tenacity, being given an opportunity, coming in and taking it, and ousting Khawaja from the team.
Edwards is okay, and he's ready to resume now, having got the helmet checked. 84 for 4 when the 12th over. Massive target. It's probably out of reach now, 253. In fact, it is out of reach, I'd say. Pushing on, as Alan suggested, towards 20 runs and over needed. And the early part of the Scotland innings, that's what they were doing, biffing the ball around the ground. But such has been the consistency and good line and length from the Scottish bowlers. And Barrington's figures, you can see there, 1 for 9 on the second over is testament to that. Barrington chasing off his own bowling. They might come back for the second run here. It's going to be tight. And the umpire says that Edwards is home.
Good cricket, that all round. Obviously, the Dutch very quickly recognising there was 2 on. Brilliant piece of work from Barrington. And of course, for Adrian Neil to get in there and be at the stumps. Very, very good cricket all round there from everyone, I have to say.
Barrington, the ball worked around his legs from Edwards. 1 to the total. And now we're past 20 runs and over needed.
I was wondering when you were going to say that.
Full toss. Doesn't quite get the treatment it deserves. They're going to run 2 to end that 12th over from Barrington. And it's now Netherlands on 89 for 4.
Overs, the Netherlands have moved on to
89 for 4 at the end of 12 overs, chasing 253 for victory. Scotland lost the toss this afternoon in a game delayed by early morning rain, and it was Peter Seelaar, the Netherlands captain, who decided to bowl first, and Scotland put them to the sword. George Munsey, 127 not out of 56 deliveries, ably assisted by the captain Kyle Kurtzer, who made 89. Leask out for a duck, first ball. Richie Barrington chipped in with a nice handy 22 from 16 deliveries. Ollie Hares didn't face a ball, so Scotland ended on 252 for 3. Huge total. We thought at one stage they were going to make the world record, but 2 quick wickets when the score was on 200. And since then, the Netherlands have lost wickets consistently. Vise, O'Dowd, Cooper and the lead all back in the pavilion now. Seelaar and Edwards are still there, but they're just not scoring quickly enough.
Very true, John.
Getting a little darker here, Alan, sorry. There was a little brightness in the sky overhead. It's been cloudy here all day in Dublin, but just getting a little darker as we come towards the end of the innings. There's no rain forecast, and as you mentioned earlier on, the west of the week is set fair, and we should have cricket right through to the final match, Ireland against Scotland, here on Friday. That's a gift.
That is the best way to describe that, John. That is a total gift. Poor piece of bowling. And again, the quite interesting thing here again, a slower ball from Sharif, and one wonders with the success the early part he had in a spell, that just back of a length, hitting the splice hard. It's always something I wonder about, but I suppose it'll be a constant source of my wonderment.
That was a nice shot by Edwards there. Needed no second bidding to crack that away for 4. And while this target is unlikely to be reached by the Netherlands, at least Edwards and Seeler can occupy the crease and get some much needed batting time against the Scots. And that's the reason why we have this T20 series. Plenty of practice for both sides here, and also for Ireland, who we'll see in action tomorrow against Scotland. If you're in and around the area, it's free entry to Malahide for all of these games. Great to see you down here. A few spectators spotted around the ground. There's a couple of Scottish fans here as well. We see some Scottish flags down the far end of the ground. But if you're in the area tomorrow, pop down. Again, free entry for the game Ireland against Scotland starts at 1:30 local time. That's a lovely shot. It's a reach for that, but fielder to come in from the boundary and straight over the top of his head. That's Michael Leask down there, super fielder, but that's a great shot, and he had no chance for that. And Netherlands now 99 for 4.
Somewhat swatted there by Edwards. At one stage, Leask felt he was in business, but quickly realised it was just about to creep over his head, and interestingly now he's pushed back to long on, with Ali Evans coming into the circle at third man.
Edwards, 24 not out.
Oh!
He gets a head high beamer. That's no ball, and it's dispatched for 4 as well. And slipped out of his hands, and that's one way for the Dutch to get to 100.
Well, you kind of felt that. I nearly coming. It was just literally is what we call a hand to head there. And Sharif has just become a bit clumsy with his bowling. Now, to a certain extent, John, it's difficult. The game probably is a foregone conclusion to keep your concentration, but really no excuse at this level.
This is a free hit. Just be the one. Might turn for the second. No, good fielding down there prevents that. And still 1 ball to come in this over, because that was a free hit. Edwards under 38. Sorry, Edwards on to 29. Seeler facing on 38. In fact, that's the end of the 13th over. And the Netherlands 105 for 4 now. And batting practice for these two.
That's exactly what it is, John. Batting practice. Run rate now 21.14.
Returning into the attack for Scotland from the Dublin Road end, wearing shirt number 29, Michael Leask.
So slow bowling again now. Michael Leask coming back on the Dublin Road end. Coming round the wicket now, so be looking to dart this in at the stumps. Breakdown angles. We've got 3 fielders out on the leg side.
Leask then bowling this 14th over. Easy single. And we mentioned that Dutch squad then for the T20 qualifiers. People who are not here, the likes of Ryan ten Doeschate, Rolf van der Merwe, and Tim van Gooten, all not here. But we mentioned the Scotland, all bar Josh Davey. Their squad is here, getting valuable practice for those qualifiers, of which 6 will be at the finals. Again, good fielding prevents the second single.
Josh Davey, of course, having a very successful time down at Somerset. Helped them to the Royal London final, their first trophy in many, many years, as that full toss has been just helped on its way for 6. And not a very good ball from Michael Lease there, and just got the treatment it deserved. Clubbed in the leg side for 6.
Good flat 6 as well. Just took them up a little bit, but he just was able to flip that round the corner. Sharif is down there fielding, but couldn't get anywhere close to that.
Sometimes it's very difficult where there's an air of inevitability, John, in these games, where you clearly know one side is probably going to get nowhere near the opposition total. No real time to recover in T20 cricket. That you do sometimes. Obviously in ODI cricket you can re-establish yourself, build again. There's no such fortune in this format of the game where you've just got to be on your mettle, and that could be out.
Yeah, Sharif's underneath it, but he can't reach it. He was actually standing on the rope, so all he could do was jump and see it sail over his head. Nicely picked up by Seelar and dispatched for a second maximum in this over.
Yeah, you just feel Scotland have lost their mojo a little bit, going through the motions a wee bit. Some pretty poor deliveries here from Michael Leask. And that's a very good shot.
There's another 6. And this one straight down the ground. So back-to-back maximums to end the 14th over. And the Dutch on 126 for 4. And that's 50 for Seelar. And what a nice way to bring it up with 2 consecutive 6s.
And it's time for me to bid farewell for the last time today. I'm delighted to bring Andrew Leonard back onto the commentary team.
Thank you, Louis. Look forward to hearing from you throughout the week, no doubt. JK almost a sense of a foregone conclusion in this second innings, despite some impressive hitting from Peter Seelar.
You don't get many slow deaths in T20 cricket, all right, but we're getting one here today, okay? But as you mentioned, Seelar and Edwards there to occupy the crease, get some much-needed bat on ball as they build up to the World T20 qualifiers. Seelar, 2 consecutive 6s, takes himself to 51 now after 32 deliveries, and there's another one gone. As it's a swipe around the corner from Edwards. He didn't get anything on that. Maybe did he top edge this? Would be interesting to see actually how he got out. Just try to help it on its way, and all this went straight through the gate. And a wicket for Mark Watt. It shows his delight, and another one gone. 126 for 5 now.
Beautifully bowled by Mark Watt. Only a hint of turn, but the middle stump is castled. Edwards has to go. His little cameo comes to an end. Well-deserved reward for the left-arm spin of Mark Watt. He's probably their leading T20I bowler. Good economy rate of 7.4. 3 wickets last year in that famous ODI win over England as well. It's going to bring young Tony Stahl to the wicket, who is known as a power hitter, John.
Yeah, 3 T20s for him. Highest score is 28 for Stahl. Right-handed batsman, joining his captain in the middle. And the run rate, well, is this a word? Ungettable. 21 runs and over.
Well, what's the old saying? Not quite impossible, but pretty close to it. Yeah, 3 T20s so far for Tony Stahl. His debut this summer against the UAE. Antonius Stahl, known as Tony Stahl. And my sources in the Netherlands tell me that he is a really impressive power hitter, but he's a bit hit or miss.
Want to continue. Wicketkeeper up to the stumps. And they're going to call through for a quick single as Watt tries to field off his own bowling. 1 to the tally, 127 for 5 now.
I just wonder what's going through the head of Peter Seelar. Everything he seemed to touch today with his captaincy didn't quite go right for him in the field, and
winning the toss didn't help. That's the thing.
And then with the bat in hand, he's batted really well, but he's just seen a procession of wickets at the opposite end.
Yeah, just getting a little dark about 10-15 minutes ago. Seems to be lightening up just a little bit overhead. We're promising late evening sunshine here in Malahide. Haven't quite got that yet. Weather set fair for the rest of the week for the other games. Just to mention them again, if you're in and around the area, if you're going to watch us here online, Ireland against Scotland tomorrow starts at 1:30 local time. Then Ireland against Netherlands on Wednesday, also 1:30 local time. All of these games 1:30 and all in Malahide. Scotland's second game against the Netherlands is on Thursday. And then the final match of the series, Ireland against Scotland. This is match 2. Match 1 rained off yesterday, Ireland against Netherlands.
And let's hope that weather that we're expecting, the bit of sunshine we're going to get for the rest of the week, the home side will make their bow in the tournament tomorrow after yesterday's abandonment.
Just the single. An awful lot of running for Watt to try and pick up the ball from his own bowling. 129 for 5 now.
Been impressed by Scotland though in the field. They brought a real buzz, a real energy.
Leask in particular is an impressive fielder, as is Sharif. And it was Leask's throw that ran out Max O'Dowd as well. Should be 2. Nicely run. Might have been interesting if that throw had been over the top of the stumps, but Stahl got home.
Yeah, so Stahl will take the strike. 15 gone. Netherlands 131 for 5. This game just eking towards the inevitable conclusion of Scotland getting the win. But what a start for Scotland in this GS Holding T20 International Tri-Series. They're not just going to get a win and 4 points on the table. They're going to get a big net run rate boost as well.
Absolutely. 5 overs to go then. Seelar on 54. Stahl on 2. And Adrian Neil is coming back on. He's switching ends. He started from the Malahide Castle end. And now he's got to see what he can do from the Dublin Road end. A giant of a man, 6'9".
Yeah, I think we're going to have to get the photographers to get a photo of him and Boyd Rankin together when they face off.
Rankin's 2 inches smaller, isn't he? 6'7" compared to 6'9", I believe.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. I think we'll get them measured up tomorrow.
2 inches is the distance, I think, between the two of them, but he's a huge man. Adrian Neil, born in the Western Cape in South Africa.
He's been really impressive in his opening spell as well. Bowled nicely with good aggression. A little bit like Alistair Evans, he's come in and hit the pitch hard, which is exactly what the Dutch bowlers didn't do.
Yeah, took 3 for 21 against Oman in his only T20 so far. Single, pushed it to the offside. 132 for 5 now. We're just really counting down the last couple of overs to this inevitable conclusion, and Scotland will get this Tri-Series off to a winning start. Very impressive for the bat. Munsey and Kurtzer, 200 they added for the opening wicket when Scotland batted. That's a swing and a miss.
It was a nice slower ball there from Neil, showing that he doesn't just have the pace and the bounce. Good slower delivery, deceiving. Peter Seelar has been in at the crease now for 35 deliveries. He does remind me, not just in terms of height of Boyd Rankin, but his action, his gather, certainly when he comes up to the crease and approaches the crease, a little bit similar to the big man from the northwest of Ireland.
That's a good shot. There's a man down there, but all he can do is a little hop, skip and a jump and watch it sail serenely over his head. George Munsey down there, absolutely no chance of cutting that off.
What a shot that was from Peter Seelar. He cleared the front leg, as we see all the batsmen now do, to try and allow the bat to come through with a full flourish. And that's exactly what it did. It soared over the head of George Munsey. George Munsey did that 14 times in his innings earlier, but getting a little bit of his own medicine there. And that one going all the way for a maximum. Really good knock this from Peter Seelar.
It's a good shot as well into the offside. There's a man down there. I think that's Leask, is it? I think he's out there. But anyway, it's a good fielding down there as well. Prevents the 4. And just 1 to the total. But yeah, Seelar behind the crease, trying to get as much runs as he possibly can. It's a forlorn chase. Run rate's now over 26. So Seelar on 61. Not out. The Stahl facing now is on 3. Sealer is looking pretty good out there so far. Best what we've seen, I think, really, of the Dutch batsman. It's going to go for 6 as well. And that's an even bigger one. And it clears the side screen. That's a big hit.
I did tell you Tony Stahl was a power hitter, John Kenny, and that one is about as big as we've seen today. It was just a little bit too much in the slot. It didn't come in and hit his usual hard back of a length. He hit a fuller length, and that one soared over the side screen, over our camera gantry for another maximum. And in the course of a normal T20 innings, the Dutch would be in a brilliant position, 145 for 5, with still 4 overs to bat, looking on course for possibly getting up towards 200. But it's just simply they're chasing a mammoth score of Scotland of over 250.
That was a magnificent shot. Front toes actually came up when he hit that. Neil says, okay, I'm just going to try and bounce you. But he bounced him too hard, and that's one to the tally, because that is definitely a wide.
Yeah, the first instance of kind of tennis ball bounce that we've seen in this Malahide pitch so far today. Just really rearing from back of a length. Obviously, with the extra height of Neil, you are going to get a little bit of that, but it didn't come through at any pace. It ballooned like a tennis ball over the head and very correctly signalled wide by David McLean. The 2 umpires have actually been outstanding today. A note for them: David McLean, the Scotsman, and Alan Neil from Ireland.
That should be out, and is safely taken. Watt on that boundary in the covers, takes it easily enough and runs in to celebrate, and that's the 6th wicket down, and Netherlands falling inexorably to defeat here.
Yeah, it was in the slot again, but it was wide, and that ended up proving the downfall of Tony Stahl, who stayed at the course. The crease is a short one. He falls for 9 off 6 deliveries. He couldn't have picked out Mark Watt any better if he was trying to do so. It's going to end the 16th over. Netherlands are 146 for 6.
Incoming batsman wearing shirt number 24 is Shane Snater.
Shane Snater is the new batsman after the departure of Tony Stahl for 9. He said he's a big hitter. He hit a magnificent 6 in that previous over, but then perished at the end of that 16th over, caught in the deep by Watt. And 4 overs to go. Netherlands 146 for 6. Sealar still there on 61 not out, and Snater joins him in the middle.
Yeah, perhaps just a little surprising as well not to see Clayton Floyd, the all-rounder, come in yet. I thought we might have seen him in at number 8, but the Dutch management backing Snater to add some runs to his wickets from earlier.
Yes, head coach John Ryan Campbell, 47-year-old, former Australian cricketer, is the Dutch coach. He represented Australia and Hong Kong internationally. Took over the role in 2017. Watt is continuing from the Malahide Road end. Final couple of overs of this Tri-Series match 2. Scotland on the way to victory. Watt's done that a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yeah,
just stalls his run up.
He's got a strange back foot landing position, so I think when he feels it land a little bit off, he just pulls out.
That's in the air. Cries of catch. It'll be a good one too. 2 runs. Just Fielder running in from the boundary. May have hurt himself. And diving full length to try and pick that one up.
There's Michael Leask as well, who's been outstanding in the field. You're seeing the replay on your screen there, and that would have been an absolute specky. Very nearly got one hand to it, but couldn't quite get underneath the ball.
Well, that's up in the air again, and cries of catch. And Leask is underneath this. Can he catch it? No, he can't. That's gone for the maximum, straight down the ground. Beautiful shot that. Will take the Netherlands past the 150, total to 155. And Snater with an absolute thump down the ground to put himself on to 8.
Yeah, Snater showing perhaps why he's been pushed up the order by the Dutch head coach Ryan Campbell up to number 8. Follows up that 2 with a glorious 6 down the ground. A little bit of pressure on Watt.
That's a better ball. Down on one knee when Snyder tried to whip that into the leg side. Just got a bottom edge onto it, just a single.
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit, John, about Peter Seelar, because this innings has been not just really impressive from the Dutch captain, but also his career best in T20I cricket. We were speaking with Alan Lewis about how he's come up the order, evolved from a left-arm spinner into not just an all-rounder, but really a batsman who bowls a bit, showing his value to the Dutch team.
Absolutely, and that one then crashed down the ground as well. His highest score before today was 36. And he's well past that now, up to 66 is another 4 to the Dutch total.
Yeah, a shade of a golf shot in that one, really. A full flourish, full follow through. He looks to hit straight, Seelar. That's what I like about him. He's just started to add that little bit of power to his game as well. Really impressive innings.
This one square of the wicket. That should be another 4. Despairing dive, and the fielder down there, Barrington, is not able to cut that one off. So 2 consecutive 4s. End of 17. 164 for 6.
18 runs coming from that over, completely ruining Watt's figures. He's not going to want to remember that over. And the Dutch fighting hard. In the course of any normal T20 international, John Kenny, we'd have a hell of a game on, but they still need 89 more from just 3 overs. I think the Dutch will be looking to get up over 200 and show they have a little bit of pride and a bit of fight in their first outing after yesterday's washout.
3 overs to go. Mark Watt ends his 4 overs, 1 for 40. Took the wicket of Scott Edwards. Seelar, highest score, as Andrew alluded to, his highest score, 70 off 40 deliveries. Snyder's there on 9 not out and 3 overs to go. And it is going to be Adrian Neil to continue then from the Dublin Road end. And a little bit of a Dilshan attempt there from Seelar, just to try to flip it over the wicketkeeper's head and got nothing on it.
Yeah, I think looking for the scoop shot there, and Snyder, surely if he's got the power to go down the ground, is he not better trying to clear the ropes? Looking for the scoop, going outside off stump.
Man, they used to call it a Dilshan. They used to call it a Dilshan.
The Dill scoop.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there's a little bit of discussion over whether or not Dilshan did invent that. There's a little bit of talk of Ryan Campbell having maybe invented that in his time at Perth.
Oh, and how one-handed attempt. That would have been a terrific catch as well. Carved away at the backward point. Great attempt. Didn't go quite to hand to stop the 4. That's all you can say about it, but it was a terrific effort.
Yeah, I think that might be Richie Barrington at backward point. Would have been acrobatic, athletic. It is Richie Barrington, but realistically, I think that's 4 runs saved rather than a drop catch. And that, for me, just speaks volumes of the difference in the quality of the two sides today. Scottish fielding absolutely outstanding. Their energy, their intent, everything they've tried to do has been really first class. The Dutch have just felt a little flat, and they certainly haven't been at their best.
No, and one of the best catches we've seen today was from McLeod running in from the boundary to take a forward diving catch at the bowling of Barrington to get rid of Basta lead. But that was a terrific effort. If that had stuck, it certainly would have been the catch of the day. He did suggest it did prevent the 4 runs, but it's a terrific effort from Barrington. Neil continues. It's gone up and over the fielder's head. No chance there. And that's 4 to the total.
Yeah, third man's in the circle, so as soon as you get any bat on that, you can't be bowling that length and give width. And what Seelar's done really cleverly here, he's just given himself that little bit of width. It's not as wide as it looked at first. Cut away, and even though it's gone aerial, it's always going to be a safe shot for 4.
The thing about it, and you mentioned it already, Andrew, is that this is a decent total from the Netherlands in the 18th over. If they were batting first, as you suggested, 169 for 6 would have been good. But such was the power of the hitting from Muncy and Kurtzer at the top of the Scottish innings, that it's just nowhere near good enough.
That one's just going to be a single out to Safi and Sharif. You're spot on. We've been really treated, though, to a feast of hitting as the throw ricochets off the stumps. Still just a single to the total. And this feast of hitting, if you look at it, we've had already with 14 deliveries left in the innings, and we already have over 420 runs in the match.
Just coming up to 6 o'clock local time. A couple of overs to be bowled, plus 2 from this. Neil just looking for an adjustment in the field. The short third man is going back, and the long off is coming into the circle. 170 for 6. As he bowls and up on his toes went Snyder. He didn't make any contact and no addition to the total.
Yeah, acrobatical from Snyder. I think he's trying to repeat what his skipper had done and lift that one over the man at short third man, with third man in the circle. Fine leg having gone back. Mid-off coming up into the circle. Been impressed with Neil today. He's bowled with good pace and a bit of bounce.
And that should be out, and it's like picking cherries off the tree. Straight down the throat of McLeod, and we've seen him already take the wicket in that round that area of Bastelida, but that one was straight down his throat, and he did no second bidding just to end the 18th over, 170 for 7.
Yeah, that wicket and that catch for Callum McLeod, the second of the innings in the field for him. They say get your best fielders in the best positions, and that's exactly what Scotland have done there. It's been almost the perfect day for Kyle Coates as captain. Runs with the bat, he's led them really impressively. Let's take a look at the batting card so far, because the Netherlands, really their card summed up perhaps by the second ball dismissal of Tobias Vasey and Ben Cooper falling just a couple of deliveries later as Ali Evans got 2 wickets in his opening over, and realistically the match was ended as a contest then.
Yeah, it's 2 overs to be bowled. Clayton Floyd is the new batsman in. Floyd making his T20 debut. Won't be part of their T20 squad for the World Cup qualifiers. There's the bowling figures. Adrian Neal finished with 2 for 33. Impressive, as you mentioned. Mark Watt, his figures ruined a little bit in his last over, but he took a wicket bowling Scott Edwards. And Alistair Evans as well, very impressive. 3 overs, 2 for 12.
Yeah, Alistair Evans really impressive. The pick of the bowlers, bowling the ball into the pitch, using his height, getting good bounce. He's got 2 for 12 from his 3, but special note for the veteran Richie Berrington on his 50th cap, his 50th T20 International. 2 overs, 1 for 14. He says to the skipper, "That'll do me, I'll take a rest."
And it's going to be Safi Sharif coming in for his 4th and final over from the Malahide Castle End, the penultimate over of the Dutch innings, and he gets the treatment. Good shot that it was. Right standing the liver shot there from Saylor, up on his toes, straight down the ground, and his highest total in T20 cricket gets even bigger.
I just wonder, is there time for him to get to 100? We were talking about how impressive Seelar's been when he looks to hit straight. It's a very simple technique he has. He looks to hit the ball straight, get the full swing of the bat coming through. That one into the slot from Sharif, dispatched straight as an arrow for 4.
That's just going to be a single. It's going to have a word with the DJ playing Mr. Blue Skies on a cloudy afternoon. But anyhow, Saylor on to 80 now. Yeah, he might fancy another 20 runs in what's the penultimate over. Obviously want to get Floyd off strike as quick as he possibly can if he's going to do that.
Yeah, 10 deliveries remain in the game, and I wonder, will Floyd be trying to make sure he impresses the captain by getting him back on to strike? I think that DJ is just anticipating the weather we have to come for the rest of the week. The blue skies are coming in, JK.
I like that. Well done. Dug him out of a hole there. We were just actually looking from our commentary position towards the Malahide end of over the sea there. It seems to be brightening up down there. Also, a great delivery right up at the block out. Did well to dig that one out, Floyd. And it was right down by his knees, right down by his ankles. He did well to dig that one out.
He actually went up for an appeal to Alan Neil. He thought it might have just clipped his toe first, but really good batting, digging out the perfect Yorker. That delivery incredibly reminiscent of the one that Safi and Sharif trapped Mark Wood on when England needed just 6 more runs to win in that one-day international at the Grange last year, that sparked those jubilant scenes of celebration for every Scotsman.
That's up in the air. Is there anyone underneath it? No, it's not. It's going to fall safely. And 1 to the total. 176 for 7 now, and Saylor back on strike.
Really good bowling that from Safi and Sharif, following up the Yorker with a good fast short ball, doing Floyd, who could only pop it up in the air. And outstanding to see Peter Seelar. He was actually the one pushing for 2, but Floyd said, no, I'm happy at the non-striker's end, skipper. You've got 8 balls now to try and get your 100.
2 to come in this, the penultimate over of the Dutch innings. Netherlands winning the toss, deciding to bowl. It's going to go by the wicket-keeper, and that's 4 runs in his pursuit of 100. Sailor, a bit fortuitous, but he'll take it.
Yeah, I think it might have been the old-fashioned Chinese cut off the inside edge. It was indeed. There's nothing the bowler can do about that. He's looked for the block hole. He's very nearly found the perfect Yorker. But Peter Seeler, I think he's deserved that bit of luck. With 16 to get now of 7 balls, it's time as a captain to be selfish. Get the single, give yourself the 6 deliveries to give yourself a chance of a famous 100.
Yeah, well past his highest score of 36 now at this stage. 84 not out. Oh, he doesn't want the single. He'll take the 6. Whoosh! What a shot that is to end the 19th over. 186 for 7 now. And Sailor moves to 90 with 1 over to come.
What a knock this is from Peter Seeler. He is on 90 not out. You see the graphics on your screen off just 46 deliveries. Hasn't had the same power to his game that George Munsey has had, but in many ways as equally an impressive an innings. Strike rate up nearly at 200, 8 4s, 5 6s. Clayton Floyd, you have one job. Get the skipper onto strike.
To bowl the final over from the Dublin Road end, wearing shirt number 45 is Alistair Evans.
Alistair Evans on for the final over of the Netherlands innings. Sailor on 90, not out. He's not facing though. It's Floyd who's on a single. Will be facing now this last over. The target for the Netherlands was 253. Well short of that, but some great batting practice for Sailor, the Dutch captain in particular. Swing and a miss, and Sailor puts his head in his hands. Couldn't get down the far end, unfortunately.
What is Floyd doing? He's got to get bat on ball. He's got to get the captain on to strike. Even if he runs himself out, it doesn't matter. Got to get your skipper on.
Yourself, absolutely.
Safian Sharif's spell ending up 4 overs, none for 51. Expensive today.
He was. Evans 2 for 12. 5 balls to come. This time they do get something on it, and Sailor runs through. And Sailor now facing with 4 deliveries to come, and he's 10 shy of his century. It'd be lovely to see him get it.
Yeah, it would be a much deserved 100, and made all the more remarkable by the statistic that we've given you a few times now. His highest score in 54 T20Is to date has been 36. Now, he spent a lot of that time playing as a left arm spinner, batting down the order. He's only really come up the order in the last 12 to 18 months. But what a jump that is, from 36 into the 90s. Can he turn it into 100? He's got 4 balls to do so.
Made his debut in 2008 in the World T20 qualifier against Kenya here in Dublin. 90. That's a full toss. Whipped down the ground. That's going to be cut off by McLeod, though. They won't get back for the second, and that's a disappointment for the crowd here. And also for us.
Yeah, but really good fielding again by Callum McLeod. Quick to the ball, showing good athleticism. This Scottish side to me looks very fit, very focused. They look a different quality to the Dutch side.
Yeah, and you mentioned that they're the lowest ranked team coming in here. They don't look like that today. And Kurtzer said before during the toss that they hadn't played much T20 cricket either. Oh, that's a good ball, and they're claiming it. And a shy at the stumps as well. It's all going on out there. Claim for LBW, shy at the stumps. Sailor goes, come on, I want to get down the far end. A couple of balls to go.
I have to query what was going through Clayton Floyd's head here. His captain's already run the single. Floyd isn't even halfway down the track. Surely he's got to know he's got to get off strike. Give the captain the 2 balls that he needs to have a chance of getting 100.
I mean, he needs a 6 and a 4 to get there. So 2 balls to come in the Dutch reply. 189 for 7. That's irrelevant now. It's all about Sailor. Can he make his century? 91 not out. Well, that's 4. Just a wild swing of the bat up and over the wicketkeeper's head, and he moves on to 95.
Here we go, John Kenny. 1 ball to go. He's going to need a 6 and nothing but a 6 if it's a legal delivery. It was a length delivery outside the off stump. It's done him all ends up, but Seeler's not going to mind because it skews off the outside edge for 4. Peter Seeler, I think he deserves this 100.
Yeah, and came off the bat as well. Sailor, 95 of 45 deliveries, facing the last ball then, 193 for 7. Here we go. Evans bowls. He's not going to get the 6. McLeod's going to cut that off. They might run back for the second. I'll just take the single. And he ends on 96 not out. And that ends the Netherlands reply. And Scotland victorious here. 194 for 7. 58 runs short of their target. As you can see it on screen there. But Scotland worthy victories after that opening platform from between George Munsey and Kyle Kurtzer when they put on 200 for the opening stand, laid the platform for this victory.
Yeah, and really warm handshakes. They are deserving winners, the Scots. They win by 58 runs, but spare a thought for Peter Seelar, the Dutch captain. Not only is it his career best, it's the Dutch career best of all time. I'm just hearing in the background that innings of 96 not out, and I'm glad they didn't try and run the 2 and run him out. He deserves the red ink. It was an outstanding knock from the Dutch skipper. It put a layer of respectability to the scorecard, but